the chairpersons and CEO of our entities that we'll be dealing with today, the Office of the Auditor-General, which is also here with us today. Good morning to you all. I will switch off my video for connectivity purposes. Firstly, looking at our agenda, before I do all the welcoming remarks, as you can see, we have an agenda here that goes up to almost 5 o'clock in the evening. I want us to amend that agenda in this sense that we reduce the time for lunch, and not only reducing the time for lunch, we allow ourselves to have a working lunch. As I understand, we have 2 members that will be traveling at 3 o'clock. So if we reduce the time for lunch and make it a working lunch, so that you go to wherever that you can fetch something to eat, you bring that food next to your computer and you continue. So 10 minutes is enough for that. So we're going to have a full day today. That is the first thing. And the second thing is that, as you all know, that we are continuing with what we were doing last week, that of dealing with our APPs for the entities. We were supposed to deal with that last week, but due to the program of the Parliament, where we had a physical sitting and that ended very late on Wednesday, we had to cancel our portfolio committee that was supposed to sit in the evening. So today, that's why we have a full day. And again, we have Auditor-General that we had scheduled for this date because we didn't know that on this date we'll still be dealing with our APPs. And as such, the time for Auditor-General is going to be very, very limited. We want that information, but we want you to talk to your report. The issue of Auditor-General, the engagement of the members, the responses of the department when we're dealing with Auditor-General will only take an hour. That means it's even less than an hour now because I'm doing welcoming remarks, but at 10, we are closing the issue of Auditor-General, the responses, and the comments from the members. So we start with Agrement SA at 10 o'clock. So I am going to be very strict when I'm dealing with the issue of time, honorable members. So please bear with me because we have to do this as much as we have to do it thorough. But I would rather we have a second bite than a member takes 20 minutes trying to put in a point. I am going to time you today. Whenever you make questions, I would rather you have a second bite. You go straight to the point that you want to raise, that you want to ask questions, that you want to comment. I would really appreciate that, honorable members. Honorable members, we are almost at the end of, in fact, it's the last day of our first quarter this year, and also our last quarter in terms of the financial year of the department. And as such, that is why we are dealing with the APPs, which we have to ensure by the start of the next financial year, they are already in place. So that's why we are having this meeting today before the end of March. Also, we will be dealing, when we come back, we'll be dealing with the issues of the budget. So as much as you'll be on constituent period and on leave period, please read the documents that you have, honorable members, so that when we come back, we are ready. Lastly, we are also at the end of our 6th administration, which means that the process of preparing the legacy report for this administration it has to start. Shuaib, our researcher, I think you need to, together with our committee secretary, you need to start preparing for our legacy report. Yes, it has to, we will adopt it next year, but we have to see what we have done, what we have covered, looking at the previous report that we were given when we came in as this administration. That is why some of the issues that we are hampering on, the issue of small harbors, it was part of that legacy report. So at least we need to stand up as this portfolio committee and say that we have done this on the report that we got. And we also, these are the things that we have covered when we were part of this portfolio committee in doing our oversight work. So those are the things that we need to look at. And one of those days, but not now, we will then have to look at the report that you have prepared, enhance it, enrich it, so that by next year, we will be adopting that audit report in preparation for the 7th administration and those that will be part of the portfolio committee. With those few words, honorable members, I welcome you all in the meeting. Ms. Martinez indicated that she is on public participation with another committee, so she won't be part of our meeting, but she's still here. And Mr. Lwazi would be, not Mr. Lwazi from the department, but Mr. Lwazi from the committee section will be the one who will be assisting us today. Any apologies, Ms. Martinez, before you go?
Good morning, Chairperson.
Oh, okay.
Good morning, Chair.
Mr. Lwazi, do you have the apologies
Yes,
with you?
Chair.
Yes.
Yes, Chairperson, my name is Lwazi. My surname is Ben. I'll be standing in for Ms. Martinez. The only apologies that I have before me are only two apologies. It's Honorable Graham Murray and Honorable Philip van Staden. Those are the only two apologies that I have.
Thank you, Mr. Lwazi. I'm not sure. I think Miss Honorable Graham Murray indicated that she'll leave the meeting when she has to fly, but I am not sure. Maybe there is something that she brought in another apology, because the apology that I have of Honorable Graham Murray is that she is flying out in the afternoon. She will be part of the meeting now. And Honorable Clean. Yes, Honorable Graham Murray.
Sorry,
Honorable Graham Murray, can you
correct.
sort out this issue of your apology?
No, you are correct, Chair. I'm in the meeting. My flight is at 20 to 4. So I'm available probably until I board at about 3 o'clock.
Okay, thank you so much, Honorable Graham Murray. It's the same as with Honorable Hicklin. She is also flying out this afternoon, so she'll be part of the meeting till she flies out. Honorable Van Schalkwyk.
Yes, good morning, Honorable Chairperson and everyone on the platform. Chairperson, I also want to submit my apology. I'm in an area with extreme bad network connectivity, so I might be in and out, and most probably out later. So please bear with me in that regard. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Honorable Van Schalkwyk. Those are the apologies, honorable members, that we have for today. Can we then invite the Office of the Auditor-General? I indicated to you that we have very limited time for you to present the issue of material irregularities.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable Members. Thank you so much for this opportunity. We take note of the limited time, so I'll keep my opening remarks sweet and short so that we can go into the presentation. Before we do that, I just want to remind us in terms of the journey that we followed, where as an organisation, we changed our strategy in 2022, and we call it #CultureShift 2030. And our aim is really to move a critical mass of our auditees from doing harm, doing not good, doing the basics, into a space where auditees are doing good. And doing good would mean that there is evidence of service delivery, there will be a positive lived experience. So the reason why we decided on this strategy and the importance thereof is over the years we've seen that there was limited progress in terms of audit outcomes. So there was slow improvements, and even with improvements and where there was clean audits, we didn't really see that there was service delivery. We saw through our audit processes continued misuse of state resources where it wasn't optimally used, safeguarded or protected. And that also then said, well, if government's spending money on resources, if they have these resources, it's important that it's being used for the intended purposes and that the benefits be derived thereof. And then lastly, what we've seen and what we all see in terms of the media is the negative citizens' lived experiences, where there is an outcry for better services. And those considerations led us to the new strategy that we've adopted in terms of #CultureShift 2030. How we want to do it, because obviously we're the auditors, we can't go and do the operational ourselves. We can't, get involved in the day-to-day activities, but we are auditors. So in our work, we do have a lot of insights, and we want to use that insights, and we want to gain more insights in the work that is being done by our auditees, understanding the root causes, understanding what is driving the situation, so that we can use that insight to influence better delivery at the end of the day. And then we also have the enforcement part. And I think that is where we are today, where we were requested to come and share with you the current status of the material irregularities for the Department of Public Works and PMTE, because that is the leg in terms of enforcement, where we then want to enable the accounting officer to use that information to improve the environment that he is working in, and to hold people accountable and to do the right thing. So with that bit of background, I want to hand over to Londoloza. He is our new senior manager that is responsible for the Public Works portfolio. Tinswalo Marcia is also still on the call. She's on the call, but she's currently Deputy Business Unit Leader. So she is in the call, but she handed over to Londoloza, who is now the Senior Manager responsible for the portfolio. So with that opening remarks, I'm going to hand over to you, Londoloza, if you can project and take the committee through the material irregularities and then the observations in terms of the early APP review. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Corne. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning, Honorable members. Chairperson, may I ask that I be given the rights to share the screen? Okay, I think I have them now. Thank you very much for that. So as Corne has mentioned, Honorable Chairperson, my name is Londoloza Songwetu, and indeed, I'm the new engagement manager responsible for the Public Works portfolio. I'm just trying to get this presentation to a slideshow. There you go. Can I confirm, Chairperson, that you can see the presentation?
Yes, we can see the presentation. Okay. Yeah.
All right. No, thanks, Chairperson. It is indeed an honor for me to come and provide the portfolio committee with a status update on the MIs that we are tracking within the portfolio, the Public Works portfolio. And as Corne has mentioned, the MI falls within the enforcement strategic goal within the organization that we then use in order to enforce the oversight and accountability and governance within the public sector. And she has mentioned that this is, in also to drive a culture shift within the public sector so that the lived experiences of our citizens are elevated. And by doing so, enforcing this oversight and accountability, we aim to remain a relevant supreme audit institution, and recognized as such by our stakeholders, such as yourselves as the portfolio committee. In the last BRRR, Honorable Chairperson, we would have introduced this ecosystem where we would have identified key role players that in the context of enforcement or MIs, that should play a role, as part of their daily responsibilities to ensure that material irregularities are not identified within the public workspace. And in instances where they have been identified, appropriate actions are taken, and ensuring that the control environment itself does improve in order to prevent such transgressions taking place again going forward. And if we delve into the actual material irregularities that we are tracking within the portfolio, we are tracking 9, or there's 9 MIs that would have communicated and are currently tracking the implementation of action plans thereof. There's 2 that relate to the department itself, and there is 7 that relate to PMTE, the entity within the department. So these are just the MIs within the national space, and later on we'll also just touch on the MIs, within the sector, which includes the provinces. At a high level, Honorable Chairperson, you'll note that out of the 9, there is a total financial loss that we would have identified of around 52 million. Through actions that have been taken thus far, about 15 million of that loss has been recovered, but there are actions, to ensure that the rest of the loss is recovered. If we just have a look at a high level status, Honorable Chairperson, we are pleased to note that within the public works, the state funeral and state events material irregularities, based on the actions that have taken, we are comfortable that the accounting officer has taken appropriate actions to ensure that the MIs are responded to, as well as an improvement in the control environment. And this is based on the fact that since we would have identified and reported on the MI, there hasn't been any similar MIs around the space of state funerals and state events. So that is something that needs to be applauded from the accounting officer and his team. At PMTE, the stages are at different stages, or at least the MIs are at different stages. You will note that with the Bait Bridge borderline MI, again, we are pleased to note that the accounting officer has taken appropriate actions, and that the control environment as well has also improved. And also, we commend management on the fact that when this MI was raised, there was a collaboration between the SIU as well as the Presidential Infrastructure Coordinating Committee in order to ensure that there is a speedy response to investigate and identify the root causes of this particular material irregularities. With the lease payments or overpayments, there's a number of MIs that make up the 7 MIs within PMTE. or at least the majority of them are in relation to the lease overpayments. At this stage, we have noted that the department has taken appropriate actions, at least to respond to the specific material irregularities. And when you look at the overall control environment, we have noticed that there are controls that have been put in place to ensure that when overpayments do take place, management is able to detect and then recover those overpayments. However, we are still concerned that the control environment is not adequate or is not effective to ensure that the actual overpayments are prevented. So what we are saying is that as much as we note the detection controls, management should work towards ensuring that overpayments on leases are prevented altogether. When we then look at the Mamelodi Magistrate Court MI, now this is in relation to construction projects, Honorable Chairperson. We have not seen an improvement around this space. The MI has still not been resolved, and we are still seeing significant or significantly delayed projects, still being an issue within the sector. And this will also come through when we look at the sector work that we perform and report on in the sector report. So that is still a concern, the issue of significantly delayed projects, which can also lead to material irregularities. And the last one, Honorable Chairperson, it hasn't been resolved, and the reason is because we are currently trying to resolve a disagreement between ourselves and the accounting officer. The accounting officer has not, or at least has disagreed with us as the office in whether this is indeed an MI. But I'll go into details in terms of the processes and the time factor, in terms of what has happened to get us to where we are. But in essence, the accounting officer did make additional inputs, and those inputs are currently being assessed by ourselves as the Office of the AG in order to confirm whether this indeed remains as an MI or it is resolved based on the further submissions by the accounting officer. The next couple of slides, Honorable Chairperson, is the detail in which we give a description of each of the material irregularity, what investigation was performed and the results thereof, and the actions that would have then been taken by the accounting officer as recommended by the investigation, as well as the assessment of the control environment since the notification of the particular material irregularity. And the first one relates to the state funerals, and I'll also just combine it with the state events. So here it was an issue of expenditure on those funerals exceeding the contract amounts. And we then identify the actual losses. So we can confirm that investigations did take place, and on the state funeral ones, there were 5 officials which were identified as having caused the MI. There was also an SIU investigation that was instituted in order to claim from the supplier that was involved in that particular matter, as well as a criminal case that was opened. That criminal case is still ongoing, even though it was opened in 2021, Honorable Chairperson. When we then make an assessment of the actions that were taken, we did note that from the 5 officials, one of them was the former DG, who in 2022 June came back into the department briefly, but then agreed to take an early retirement in 2022. And since then, sorry, in August 2022, and since then, the department then could not take any further actions beyond that point after the retirement. Two officials, which were both chief directors, were charged in 2021. However, as of March 2023, the disciplinary process has not been finalized, and therefore, in terms of any disciplinary actions that should be taken against them, that has not been concluded on, and therefore, on that score, yes, we do note that it's been a long while since the charges were preferred to them, seeing that it was in February 2021. So that would have been 2 years ago, more or less, Honorable Chairperson. And then the other two officials, these were administration clerks whose contracts came to an end back in December 2019, and no further actions have been taken since then. And in relation to the financial loss, as I've mentioned, the SIU has not finalized the process of the civil claim against the supplier. So the loss itself has not been recovered as yet. However, if we look at the controls that have since been put in place, we do note a number of internal controls that management would have put in place. But I think overall, we are satisfied because these controls have ensured that there aren't any additional instances of overpayments when it comes to state funerals and state events. As I had mentioned, Honorable Chair, there we go. As I mentioned, the state events and the state funeral, I'm combining the two because in essence, the investigation also found that the officials that were involved in the state funerals were the same officials that were then found to be responsible for the state events. So the charges were just added to the state funerals charges. And as I had mentioned, Honorable Chairperson, as at March 2023, the disciplinary process has not been finalized, as well as the recovery of the financial loss, because the matter is expected to sit in the North Gauteng High Court around 2023 on a date not yet confirmed. The next MI relates to the Baitbridge border post matter, wherein the competitive bidding process were not followed, as well as costs that were incorrectly included, as part of the bill of quantities when charging for the actual border post fence. So in terms of the investigation, the investigation was conducted between April and June 2020. In March 2022, the special tribunal handed a judgment on the civil case, which then stripped the contractor and the agent of any profits arising from the project. However, they then appealed the judgment in the High Court. But as of now, in March 2023, that appeal is still going through the High Court processes. There was also, again, a criminal case that was opened in 2021, but those investigations by SEP as well as the SIU are still ongoing in relation to the criminal case. The disciplinary actions, so the investigation that was conducted in June 2020 did identify 12 officials. 2 were senior officials, with DDG of projects and the director of special and major projects. 1 official is challenging the report in the labor court, and the state attorney has initiated the process of the disciplinary inquiry for the other senior official, and the hearing is scheduled to sit between yesterday and the 31st of March, Honorable Chairperson. The next official was the minister's advisor, at least the former minister's advisor, who was served with the charges in March 2022. So, Honorable Chairperson, as of now, we have not obtained any evidence in order to sort of indicate how far that process or how it has been finalized. So that is a process that we still need to follow up on in terms of with the minister's office in terms of how this process when it comes to the minister's advisor or former minister's advisor was finalized. The other official again is the former DG who in 2020 was then issued with an updated charge sheet because at the time he was already serving a suspension. But as I mentioned earlier, when he then retired in August 2020, no further actions were then taken against him, at least based on the evidence that we have obtained or at our disposal. And then the remaining officials is 8 members of the National Bid Adjudication Committee, which is commonly referred to as NBEC. So these were officials that went through the disciplinary process and were then served with suspensions without pay and final written warnings. These suspensions were then approved by the acting DG to be effected between November and December 2022. So the sanctions varied from 1 month to 2 months between the 8 officials. So since then, they've all served their sanctions and are now back at work within the department. From an improvement of controls, again, there are controls that have taken place, or at least the department and the entity have put in place. There are probity audits now for tenders greater than 10 million. There's been an improved or enhancement in the compliance checklist that is used for any SEM processes, and the department has then increased the number of committees that adjudicate tenders above 75 million. From 1 to 4 different committees. So different committees will then adjudicate on different tenders above 75 million. But our overall assessment is that appropriate actions are being taken by the department to address the matters that were raised in relation to the Beitbridge border post. And as I mentioned earlier, Honorable Chairperson, the next 3 MIs relate to the lease overpayments, and in all of them, it was a case of where the landlord was overpaid, and investigations were conducted in all 3, and it was found that indeed the overpayments occurred due to incorrect lease payments being made on a monthly basis to those particular landlord. So if you look at the first one that was issued in August 2021, the entity has now subsequently captured the correct lease details on the Akibas system, and since then the lease has now been paid in accordance with the valid lease agreement. For this one, 2 officials in the middle management role were identified as having caused the overpayments. Final written warning letters were issued to them in January 2022. And in terms of the recovery of the financial loss, we can confirm that as at February 2023, the entire amount of 10.9 million has been recovered. As I mentioned in my introductory slide, Honorable Chairperson, we do note the controls that management has put in place to detect instances of overpayments. However, as I mentioned again, there are concerns around the preventative controls, and they are not at a level where they should be at this point in time. It is similar to the next list overpayments, Chairperson. I think in the interest of time, the circumstances are more or less the same. We can confirm that there was verbal warning issued against the official that was found responsible, and the entire 3.8 million has been recovered. The control environment is the same as in the previous slide. And then there was another one which we then issued in November last year, Honorable Chairperson. And we can also confirm that since November now, the lease payment is according to the lease agreement. The three officials that were identified, steps were taken to address that issue. But the recovery process, as this is a fairly new overpayment MI on leases, the recovery process is expected to commence now in March 2023, Honorable Chairperson. The next MI, therefore, relates to the local prison. Now, this is the MI that is currently where there's a disagreement currently between ourselves and the accounting officer. In terms of the status, I'm going to provide a slightly different one to the other ones that I presented previously. So with this MI, initially would have issued the notification to the then acting DG back in August 2021. And even at that point, the then acting DG did disagree with the MI. And when his acting period came to an end in March 22, we then held a meeting with the new acting DG at the time, back in May 2022, just to appraise him on the matters around the MI and afford him an opportunity to also make his own assessment on whether he agrees with the MI or not. The new DG at the time also disagreed with the MI. What then transpired was that when we completed the audit in July last year, we then made certain recommendations, or at least recommendations were then made by the Material Irregularity Committee within the AG. And then we mentioned the recommendations there, which included, the acting DG identifying any non-compliance to determine whether any official should be held responsible, quantify the exact financial loss, take appropriate actions against any responsible officials, etc. However, although with the recommendations, we had provided the acting DG 6 months to then implement those recommendations, that 6 months was then expected to expire at the end of January 2021. However, in November, December last year, the acting DG then requested another meeting with ourselves in order to allow him to make further representations on why he still disagrees with the MI, and therefore making it difficult for him to implement those recommendations. So we held that meeting, and it was agreed that based on those representations made in that particular meeting, that the accounting officer or the acting DG will then provide further evidence to support those representations. And those were meant to be submitted by no later than 31st of January 2023. This was done. So at this current moment, we are therefore still assessing those further submissions, and that evaluation is currently being done by the AGSA Material Irregularity Committee. That is the status as of now, Honorable Chairperson, when it comes to the local prison MI, and therefore we are not in a position to make an assessment on any actions taken as well as the control environment, because the issue of the disagreement has not been resolved as yet. And the last MI that relates to the national portfolio, again, it relates to the magistrate court, where the PMD approved the contract extensions without following the contract joint building construction committee provisions. So that led to a financial loss of about 3 million. Again, an investigation was conducted by the accounting officer in May 2022. Findings revealed that there was indeed poor contract management, and therefore there was also 3 officials that were implicated, and the matter was therefore referred to the labor relations, which is a division within PMT's human resources unit in March 2022. So since then, the 3 officials who were recommended, supported and approved, or it was identified, sorry, that the 3 officials did recommend, support and approve the application respectively. And in May 2022, the officials were then requested to make representations on why disciplinary actions should not be instituted against them. However, as of March 2023, the charge sheet against, or at least for the 3 officials, has not been finalized, Honorable Chairperson. And there's various reasons where the charge sheet, or at least what needs to go into the charge sheet, has not been finalized. So it is our assessment that when it comes to a control environment, the control have not been implemented, as we see similar instances of delays in construction projects, and therefore this will also come through in terms of the sector report. So a snapshot of the material irregularities at the provincial level, Honorable Chairperson. We note that there's 3 MIs in Mpumalanga, Northern Cape and Gauteng, where they are still at a notification stage, where the accounting officers have been issued with those notifications. There is one in which the responses to the notification was received and were assessed to be appropriate. And then there is 3, and all belong to the Northwest, where we have assessed that actions have been taken and are appropriate, and the implementation is in progress. So at a provincial level, this is the status as in March 2023, Honorable Chairperson. Our overall observations is that even though we have seen instances where there is a culture shift within both DP, WI and PMTE, since we've issued some of the MIs, we see that in the case of the state funerals and state events, as well as the Bait Bridge MIs, because since then the controls around those areas have drastically improved, and we have not seen similar instances since then. So that is something that again we want to commend management, and therefore recommend that those processes that would have been taken around those particular MIs are implemented across all MIs. We do note instances where, even though actions are taken, you know, and the accounting officer is taking steps to recover financial losses. What we are seeing is that overall there is a stagnation within the control environment, because it would seem that you know, the actions are taken specifically for those particular MIs that we would have raised, and not you know, coming up with internal controls that ensure that there aren't any reoccurrence of similar instances. So that is the part that we are cautioning management, you know, to continue working on ensuring that they don't only implement controls to fix the MIs that have been identified, but to also ensure that the entire environment is improved. We also note that the MI committee was established within the department to identify potential areas that may be subjected to MIs and implement proactive measures. So we welcome that move by the department, and we hope that all role players, as I mentioned in the ecosystem, that all role players will therefore play their part in ensuring that this you know, proactive measure is implemented and it is effective. We also note that senior management have signed a 10 commandments, which they individually took an oath to abide by. And we note that this was done during the previous minister, and we will monitor to ensure that it continues to be implemented, and that these senior management officials abide by these 10 commandments that they would have signed off on. We then have a recommendation based on our assessment of the MI environment for the portfolio committee. And here we recommend that the portfolio committee should regularly monitor the actions taken by the accounting officer in order to fast track, you know, addressing the MIs. And also more specifically, we recommend that the PC should insist on decisive actions taken by the accounting officer are implemented, and they will see a culture change within the leasing overpayment environment, as well as the construction and infrastructure divisions. So in there, we're saying at least the portfolio committee should place a special focus on those two areas, the lease overpayments as well as the significantly delayed construction and infrastructure projects. And lastly, we then also recommend that the portfolio committee should insist on specific and decisive turnaround actions that should be implemented that will then see the culture shift in the space of leases as well, again, in the infrastructure you know, space, and thereby working towards a clean control environment. That is the end of the MI status update, Honorable Chairperson. However, we have included two more sections in our presentation. The first relates to the proactive reviews that we would have performed on the performance reports for the APP for the 2023-24 financial year. This particular slide, it just provides the purpose of why we would initiate or perform a proactive review of you know, the future APP. You know, it helps us understand the preparation and review processes of the updated 5-year plans. We assess the completeness of those relevant, or at least of relevant indicators that relate to the core functions of the department or the portfolio, whether they have been included in the APP. And it also assists in us determining whether the prior year material misstatements around the performance information have been included in the draft plans going forward. And then lastly, just to assess the measurability, relevance and quality of the indicators that have been included in the APP 2023-24. When we looked at the public, the department APP for 2023-24, we did note about 4 MTSF indicators that we could not necessarily trace to the APP. Now these are MTSF indicators that at least the government generally would have been tracking and targeting to achieve over the MTSF period. So we therefore are cautioning that if the department itself has not included them in their own APP, it would therefore make it difficult for the government to achieve overall the desired impact when it comes to these particular indicators, because public works would not be able to contribute towards the achievement of the goals that are set out in terms of these particular indicators. And then lastly, Honorable Chairperson, is just to touch on the fact that we are finalizing the sector report for the 2021-22 audit cycle, specifically relating to public works. This report will be published soon and will be available in the Auditor-General website. And here I've just listed the areas in which the report will be touching on. But this is just a high-level summary of what the honorable members can expect in the report when it is finally published to the public. And that is the status and feedback that we are providing to the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you very much. We'll now take comments and questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Londoloza. Honorable members, this is the presentation from the Office of the Auditor-General on the material irregularities within the department and its entity, specifically PMTE. Some of the issues that have been raised here are issues that it is not the first time that Auditor-General has presented those issues to us. And I think it has been part of our debates. So as you comment, raise your questions, honorable members, if possible, you can touch also on some of those issues that we have had even before. So far, the hands that are shown on my screen, it's Honorable Kramare, Honorable Hicklin, so far. Over to you, honorable members.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you very much to the Auditor-General, Londoloza. I really appreciate the thorough report. Just a couple of comments. The issue on the state funerals, I mean, it just boggles my brain that it's taken 2 years and there's still been no action taken against the people, and that cannot be acceptable. If you look at the bargaining councils, they will tell you that disciplinary actions need to be taken within a very short period of time. You know, we talk about justice delayed is justice denied. I don't understand how people can live for 2 years with a thing hanging over their head like this, and it just doesn't reach any resolution. So I'm very concerned that the responses on these issues is taking so unbelievably long. And I understand that there are people there, you know, they don't pitch and they bring spurious you know, other cases and whatever. So I do understand that, but something has got to be done to ensure that we have a speedy resolution. At the end of the day, we are dealing with public money. It belongs to the taxpayer, and people are not being held accountable for the abuse of it. And you know, it just cannot carry on. The same thing with the Bike Bridge scenario. In the first place, the entire saga emanated from a ministerial directive from the minister who completely overstepped the rules of the PFMA by issuing direct instructions to the department as to who to appoint and when to appoint and how to appoint. We know that her advisor was involved. We know that her chief of staff was involved. I cannot understand why everybody else has been held to account and the minister has never been investigated. And there is nothing that says that the minister has faced any form of investigation or sanction. So that for me is deeply worrying, that the executive overstepped the bounds of their role. The officials are being held to account, but the minister is not. So that's a deep concern for me. And I do think that is an issue around the management of the department. The other question I have is whether or not the members who were suspended, who were disciplined, who were part of the National Bid Adjudication Committee, whether or not they have been reinstated on that committee, or whether or not there is some sort of stipulation in the PFMA or as part of the Auditor-General guidelines that require that anybody who's been found of any sort of financial mismanagement or financial error or anything in that regard, whether or not they are then precluded from serving on a bid adjudication committee or a bid specification committee or anything relating to tender processes. And if there is something in that line, is there a time frame within which they are prohibited from serving on that? So it's just a question that I just want clarity on. On the Leeuwkoop issue, I can't understand why the accounting officer waited until the 5th month before he went back to the Auditor-General to say that they disagreed. I don't understand why there's an issue with those recommendations. I mean, the first recommendation is an investigation. Surely you would want to investigate why there was an issue. Following on from that, you can then decide whether or not you follow the additional recommendations. But it's deeply concerning to me that the department is not prepared to actually even look inward and try and ascertain what the problem was and why this happened, and that they're wasting time, effort, and energy on disputing what is very much, to me, an easy set of recommendations to follow. So I find that a little bit alarming, particularly as we're talking about close to 2 million rands worth of materials that were just not looked after. Again, taxpayers' money. And then obviously, again, the fact that, there's just no action being taken a year after issues are investigated, there's still no charges levied, or the charges have been levied and there's no feedback. So it's deeply concerning. Again, Melissa Whitehead on the bike bridge, no feedback. We have to start, we talk consequence management, but we don't implement it. So something has really got to be done to address that. Thank you very much, Chair. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Honourable Graham-Murray. Honourable Hickling.
Thank you so much, Chair. Again, I echo exactly what Honourable Graham-Murray has said in terms of the Minister. What has happened is that she has now been moved from this portfolio onto another portfolio with absolutely no consequence management at all. The duty of a portfolio committee is to hold the executive to account. The government is not holding her to account, and now the portfolio committee is not able to hold her accountable because she's no longer the minister in this portfolio. It really is deeply, deeply concerning that the Auditor-General's recommendations to hold the minister of the Department of Public Works to account cannot actually be implemented, even though she's not named in the report, because she's no longer the minister in this particular portfolio. A question that I have is that the Director General, Sam Bukela, has retired, but there was a protracted legal battle between him and Minister de Lille during his suspension that incurred, I am sure, significant financial implications for the department. Were the additional costs for the litigation included in the Auditor General's findings, I mean, did they have a material impact on the findings? And were they covered? Were they looked at in terms of the findings relating to the state funerals? Did that have a material impact? And now that he's been retired, I'm sure with a great golden handshake, the amount that is going to be recovered, is any of that going to be able to be recovered from him, although he has retired? And so are we just going to write that off as well? It really is deeply concerning for me that people see that they are about to be disciplined or held to account. And so the easy option is to just retire or move on to another department. Somewhere along the line, people have to be held to account, and the money that is incurred in prosecuting them or that has been misappropriated has to somehow be able to be brought back into the fiscus or into the department. We have to, as the element that holds them to account, be able to be assured that that money can come back. These are just observations. They are really, really, I mean, Auditor-General is doing tremendously good work, and we have to be able to be assured that the recommendations to bring that money back or to be recovered needs to be actioned as much as possible. And it cannot only be to the lower officials in the department. It must be accountable across the board. I'll leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Hicklin. Honorable Matebula. Honorable Siwisa, Honorable Shabalala, in that order. Honorable Matebula.
Thank you very much, Chair. Well, Chair, mine is with regard to the amount of money, which is about 3.7 million rand, which was forming part of an irregularity. And we are told here that those officials who were involved in that irregularity, they were actually given a verbal warning. So I have a problem with that type of an approach to people who get to misconduct, especially where there's an involvement of public purse, and they get away with murder just like that. Giving a person who was involved in an irregularity of about 3.7 million, I think it's, for me, it's no punishment at all, and it's spitting in the face of the taxpayers, irrespective of the fact that that money was recovered. But fact of the matter, someone had to act wrongly for that irregularity to take place, and you have this type of a punishment. Well, I wish we could appeal such if it was possible, Chair. But I just wish to warn the department about this, that going forward, when it happens that the person gets to be involved in such a serious misconduct, really they need to look at the punishment that is equal to the wrongness that is committed by the person. Because the punishment is way under what was committed by those officials. That was number one. But number two, Chair, I don't understand that. How does it happen that monies get to be paid to people who are not deserving? And when you have officials of the department, or you've got officials who are experienced, who were employed with qualification qualifications and experience, and yet they do not tell as to who should be paid, and a wrong person should gets to be paid. I think this, Chair, it's one other thing that, you know, draws us back. That is why the Auditor-General had to indicate in a manner that we indicated that where we also end up getting adverse and other opinions that are negative to the department because of mistakes of this nature. But Chair, lastly, is with regard to disciplinary actions that get to be taken against those who are involved in misconduct. Well, I know for the fact that there must be investigations that must be conducted. People must be notified. There are processes that have to be followed. But for me, I find it very unreasonable that some of the conducts that were committed would take up to 2 or 3 years for them to be resolved. Now, I ask myself as to those people who are conducting disciplinary hearings and investigations and all of that, what is it for all this time to these people? What are they doing? And the other problem is that, you take so much years to deal with a problem. And as you are dealing with the problem, when you take such a long time, there's a possibility that evidence and witnesses might get lost. You might, some of the things that happened, people who have to witness about some documents, making oral evidence, might forget because of the time that it takes. And what does this do? It happens that people will go scot-free, irrespective of the fact that at face value, or when things were still fresh, there was evidence to prove that a misconduct was committed. But because of the time it takes, you find, wrongdoers going scot-free because of the time it takes. I wish the department should look at trying to speed up. At least a maximum should be 6 months for them to resolve matters, because some of these matters are not so complicated. You have all the evidence with you. So why must you take such a long time? So that was my input, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Matebula. Honorable Siwisa.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to everyone. Chair, I'm listening to the presentation and I'm like, I've got so many questions, but the questions can't be directed to the AG's office because they did what needs to be done. But one of my concerns is what Honorable Matebula just stated, that people are doing all of these unthinkable things that are causing the department to lose money, and then they are given written warnings. And the people that are at the top, at the hem of this thing, the people that actually rubber stamped for everything to be done are not held accountable. And then those ones at the lower level are the ones that are going to be punished. I don't know what's the process of doing audit. Maybe I need to be taken through it, because I'm raising this because the Bay Bridge issue was part of the report today. And I just want to check whether AG's offers that, is there any audit that was done on the telecom towers, which I know we made an oversight. We had our own mishaps there, how we were treated as a committee and all of those things. And also the collaboration between Department of Public Works and Provincial Department of Transport pertaining to Kosi Bay, where we also went to do oversight. And we had our questions that we raised and all of those things. So I don't know how audit is done. Is it done based on what the department gives AG's report, where to go? Or is it clearly based on I don't know how to pick, is it based on where is it an independent decision by the AG's report to say this is what we are going to audit? Or is it a question of we are going to audit everything that happened under a certain period of time. Because I was expecting to see something to do with the telecom towers. When it comes to the state funerals, this thing has been running for so long. And people are just going to go scot-free because we know people, if they don't want to be held accountable, they just resign and then they find a spot in another department somewhere else. And nothing is being made for, no follow-up is made towards those people that are there. So basically, most of the questions I'm going to have will be directed to the department itself. And I don't think that the AG will have reports on those because they did the audit. But a lot of questions were raised. And when they speak about something, something else comes up. How do you take such a long period of time to actually investigate and secure evidence and secure everything? And then after that, you tell us that people got written warnings and everybody has to say all is well, let life go on. Whereas money has been wasted that could have played a significant role in the service delivery in South Africa, especially with the Department of Public Works that is supposed to provide infrastructure to make lives of South Africans very easy. So my only question directed to the SG, to the AG's office is that, are you reviewing everything? Are you auditing everything under the period under review? Or is it done according to what the department tells you to look into? And if it's under the review, then it's only fair that there should have been an audit report on telecom towers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Siwisa. Honorable Shabalala.
Thank you, Chairperson. My apology for being late. I was struggling with my new gadgets, but I found where I should touch. Chairperson, from what I hear from the presentation from the AG, I'm just wondering who is the final arbiter in terms of the findings from the department, if the department is contesting the findings by the AG. Can't we maybe at some point raise this issue with the department that we find it difficult to have one of the arms that assist in accountability, but at the same time, we find ourselves having to be in the space where the department is allowed, even supported by ourselves or not supported by ourselves, where they doubt or they put a cloud on the process, because otherwise everybody is going to contest. Maybe we will need to talk to the new minister about that and raise this issue sharply. The other issue is that maybe I can always maybe joining to what Honorable Siwisa has asked. My question will be around the issue of litigations, because I know that the department is in and out of court with some of the people that have litigated the department in terms of how much the department should have paid them and not paid them. But I don't hear anything about the money that the department has paid to outsource the services of the legal firms. I would even argue that you cannot go to court, contest 14 million payment. I'm making an example, but only to find that you have spent even more than 14 million to fight the payment of 14 million. If you were to spend 20 million, but you are fighting the payment of 14 million. I'm just making an example because the department has not been upfront with us. I know some people, some contractors, some in Durban, some are out in Joburg that have had the runnings with the department in courts about the job that has been given to you was given by the person that died. So because that job was given by that person, there is a cloud around that person. So you are suffering also as a contractor. I know of such cases, but for me, the issue is that is it worth fighting those courts with the money that is being paid? Can AG look at that? Maybe if there is a way of looking at that. The other issue is about the funeral, the state funerals. For me, it's not about. For me, it's about the stage where, from the process where the department outsource the work. I know that comes as an emergency, but then if it comes as an emergency, it means anyone can appoint anyone. Can't we, as the portfolio committee, maybe at some point, request that the department follows what the other departments in the provinces, I'm not sure about the other provinces, but I will talk about KZN, that they would have a panel of service providers. I don't know whether the department is following that, because if you have a panel of service providers, you have a limit to the cost of each and other items. It's a standardized item billing. It's not like anyone can come out, but especially if someone is not compared to anyone. What does the paper say? You just call one service provider and you take all those prices as they are. I think another thing, Chair, that I've been following here in KZN was the issue of the border, the construction that was made around Empangeni and Mozambique, where we once went for oversight. There's been 2 deaths of community members who were upfront against the cars being taken from South Africa to Mozambique. And when they are in Mozambique, they are requested, the KZN people are forced to pay for those cars when they went to the border to take back those cars. They are forced to pay for them. But the issue is that border gate has never been completed. But also there is nothing that is being said about the investigation. Maybe if this investigation could also be seriously done, because after spending so much, but the cars are being taken on daily basis. Now it's the question of who is speaking out against the taking of the cars, stealing of the cars, crossing the border. If you talk, then the following day you are dead. 2 of the community members, leaders have died. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Shabalala. Just a few comments on myself. I understand that the department did send some responses to us on these issues that have been raised by Auditor-General. We really appreciate this information that you're giving us, Auditor-General, to arm us, to empower us as the portfolio committee on some of the issues that we have to look, especially when we're dealing with the reports from the department. I think fortunately for us, this is not the first time. I think in one of the meetings as the portfolio committee, we even raised an issue with the department of what about capping the issue of the state funerals to a certain amount to avoid these corrupt activities that are happening when there is a state funeral. I think we deliberated that at length as the portfolio committee members. Some were even coming up with numbers, but we said, no, that is not our issue, but the department needs to have an issue. We were informed by the department on its report that they've cut down on the issue of the lease, the month-to-month lease payments. They even told us the numbers, but you are still raising this, which means that it has not yet been finally done with. We know that, but it means that we still need to look further as the portfolio committee on these issues. But there is the issue of Mamelodi Magistrate Court. I think on some of the reports that you have given us, I think to me it's coming for the first time. We're really going to follow up that with the department. But my worry, remember I even said the issue of time, but what you have given us is very mouthful and it will arm us. And it is really what Honorable Shabalala has said. There are 2 committee members that have since passed on, killed, in fact, if you can say assassinated, because they were shot dead. And when you read the story on the news, you find out they are involved with capping crime in their areas, especially when it comes to the vehicles that are being stolen, and those vehicles, they are taken to Mozambique on is it the Kosi Bay? Yeah, on the Kosi Bay border, which means that in one way or the another, Public Works is involved, because Public Works has not finished those walls that it said that it's going to build there. I understand there are issues, but it means on how porous our borders are. Someone can come in, someone can go out. People of this country are not safe from the criminals that are coming or may not be coming from other countries because of the porous borders. I hope that one day you will get a detailed report from the department before the end of this term on the issue of the Bay Bridge. We followed that up. We went for an oversight visit. We hammered on the issues that were raised even by the SIU report, but now it's so quiet as if nothing happened. So I also echo the sentiments that are raised by the honorable members on this issue. But the issue that I would like maybe the department to respond on this, you are mentioning around, is it 15 million? I wrote this number, 52 million on financial losses. How many projects should have been done, especially in rural areas? How many, as much as it is with the Department of Education, basic education, but we know that the schools, they as much as if it is a school and it's a government school, that building is the property of Public Works and Infrastructure. So we are told each day that there are pit latrines, there are children that are dying sad on those pit latrines. And then you have a 50 million that has not been recovered through these material irregularities, which resulted in this financial loss. How many pit latrines would have been removed if that money was not lost due to these immaterial irregularities? I'm just troubling the minds and the consciousness of our officials in Public Works, that every time there is a financial loss on immaterial irregularity, there is someone who is suffering who should have got services from our government. So my comment on this, in addition to all the comments that have been raised, but I think the person that would have respond to this is the department. What is the progress to date in the recovery of the financial losses that have been identified by the Auditor-General on these material irregularities? Thank you. AG, and I think the department should also come in some of the responses.
Thank you, Chairperson. I see another hand from Honorable Member Matebula. I don't know if it's an old one.
Oh, okay. Honorable Matebula, is it a legacy hand or a new
No,
hand?
it's a legacy hand. Let me put it down, Chairperson. My apologies.
Okay, thank you so much, Honorable Matebula.
Sure.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and the honorable members for the comments. But I think generally, I'm noting that the majority of the comments, I just want to take the slide. The responses would be best if they come from the department itself. And the reason is because as part of our recommendation, and this is why we have this recommendation, Honorable Chairperson, is to say, you know, you're monitoring as the portfolio committee of the actions taken by the accounting officer, you know, should be elevated, more so when it comes to how fast the department is addressing the MIs and the action plans. And this is based on the fact that there's been comments from the honorable members. I can mention Honorable Member Graham Murray, Honorable Hicklin, and Honorable Matebula, where they all mentioned the fact that it, you know, it can be that a disciplinary process takes 2 years and more for it to be finalized. I think from our side, we have you know, tried to just get a status update. And like I said, there's been various reasons in certain instances where, you know, the charge sheet itself has taken a while to be finalized. You know, where the charge sheet has been finalized and preferred to the officials, the process, you know, to appoint the chairperson of the disciplinary committee, etc., and all of those, then takes longer to finalize. So this is why, as a recommendation, we are recommending that, you know, there should be regular discussions, at least feedback from the department itself, in order to provide, you know, explanations as to why some of these processes take long, and what the department is doing about ensuring that the situation changes. If I therefore then look at those ones that relate to the work that we would have done, the comments, the first one from Honorable Graham Murray, where she asked if the members, or at least the officials that were members of the NBEC, have they been reinstated into those bid committees? From the information that we have, they no longer form part of the bid committees. And, you know, we will also then test this process, because we will only be testing procurement processes within the department and the entity in April. So when we then perform our audit work in terms of SCM or supply chain management, then we'll just confirm that indeed they no longer form part of the bid committees. The The Honorable Hicklin, besides the issue of the minister not being disciplined, so that is an issue at the presidential level. Perhaps on our side, we can just liaise with the presidents in terms of whether there are any indications, to take actions against the minister. But when it comes to the former DG, she mentioned that there are additional costs, that form part of the legal processes, and whether these have been included in the material irregularities as well as the golden handshake. So our processes, are limited to when we issue the actual notification of the material irregularities, and any additional costs that are deemed to be financial losses. And then the accounting officer, is therefore responsible to determine whether, based on the material irregularity that would have been raised, there are any additional financial losses that would have been incurred, and therefore, if there are, actions to recover those, should also then form part of the overall response by the accounting officer. If I look at the inputs by Honorable Matebula, I think if I, unless I've misunderstood you, Honorable Member, most of them are comments and that are directed to the department. And if there's any maybe that is related to the work that we do, that I've missed, I apologize for that. But if I look at the comments that you've made, the 4 comments, I think the department is best placed to then respond to that, including the recommendation that it should actually take 6 months to finalize the disciplinary processes, because if it takes longer, there is that risk of evidence being lost. Then the next member was Honorable Siwisa. Again, the comment around written warnings only for people that have done wrong things is also, I think the department is also best placed to just respond to that in terms of why a written warning would have then been deemed to be sufficient in response to the transgression. And then there was the comment around the telecom towers. Honorable member, I think when it comes to the telecom tower, because there is the involvement of the police or Department of Police, the work that was done within a telecom tower would have been done by the team that is responsible for the police. But recently we have been engaging because, as you mentioned, that Public Works is responsible overall for the building. So we are engaging with colleagues that are responsible for telecom towers, and we will take the matter of telecom towers forward, even ourselves as the Public Works team. Maybe just to answer the question of whether an audit is based on what the department tells us, that is certainly not the case, Honorable Siwisa. So we as the auditors, make that determination independently of the department. So we would have made an assessment in terms of the risks and the risk environment around the department, and our audit process is therefore geared towards responding to those risks that we would have identified within the environment, and certainly not guided by management in terms of where we should focus our audit. Honorable Shabalala then commented in terms of who is the final arbiter when it comes to the disagreement. I think the response to this one, Honorable Shabalala, at the end of the day, it would be the Auditor General, because it is our process, which is why in my presentation I do mention that there is a committee that makes the final determination, and that committee has to look at all the information that is submitted to them, whether it's from the audit process itself, as well as submissions by management, which is why then we are sitting at that point where now that committee is now looking at everything and will make the final determination in terms of whether the matter remains as a material irregularity, or based on the further submissions by the accounting officer, it is therefore then finalized or resolved. And then the other comment was whether we look at the money paid, the money is paid to legal firms. I think as part of our tracking of these actions taken, honorable member, we will also then going forward just look at maybe how much has been spent in legal fees versus, as you were saying, the amount of the financial loss that has been recouped, and then perform an analysis there, at least as part of our tracking of the implementation of the action plans. And then the matter of the portfolio committee requesting the department to have a panel of service providers, again, that is a discussion that will be held with the department. And the issue of the KZN border, I think it's called Kosi Bay border. We are noting that matter because I think both yourself, Honorable Shabalala, as well as the chairperson, have made reference to the fact that the border fence there has not been completed, and there's been funds that have been expensed towards that border gate. So thus far, we would not have looked at it, but we are taking note, and we will then respond to it as part of our audit processes. And then the last contributions came from the Honorable Chairperson. Again, Chairperson, I note that most of the issues, and I've noted 2 or 5 of them, and all of them, you're just making a note that you will follow up with the department. I mean, it's the issue of the Mamelodi court, the issue of the 52 million rand financial loss, in terms of how much would that contribute towards projects, and as well as the issue of members being killed for fighting corruption, and one of the root causes the fact that the border itself has not been completed. So Honorable Chairperson, those are the comments and questions that I've noted. But like I said, from my reading, most of them, the department would be best placed to respond to them. I don't know if from my colleagues, they would have noted any other comments and questions that perhaps I would have missed. Thanks, Chairperson. So through you, if my colleagues can maybe just come in as well, if there are.
Good morning, Chairperson. I just want to add, I'm from Londoloza's team. Is it fine, Chairperson? Can I proceed? Okay, I'm not sure if the Chairperson is still with us.
No, we can hear you clearly.
Okay. All right.
Please
Thanks.
continue.
Yes. So I just wanted to add 2 things. So with reference to the telecom towers, so we have definitely audited it in the past, and in those insights that we usually share during the BRRR week, we have shared in the past our concerns of how those buildings of telecom towers have not been occupied despite the spending that has been made in that property. We haven't, however, shared any context in relation to material irregularities related to telecom towers, but it was audited in the past. We've shared insights and the message and to try and influence and empower the committee in the past in relation to our concern of those properties and how they continue not to be occupied by the SAPS. And then also, with reference to the question or comment made by the chairperson on Mamelodi Magistrate Court. So this was not the first time we're sharing the content as well. I think the material irregularity was shared last year in September when the material irregularity was issued, and also from the projects that we are monitoring that are significantly delayed. We reflected on it, I think, last year as well as the year before, to bring to the attention of the members that that is one of the examples where projects are significantly delayed and services continue to be hampered in the community where the project is intended to be finalized. And then the last closing remarks, just to add to the responses provided by my colleague. With reference to the state funerals, I just want to make it clear that from an audit's point of view, one thing that we were grateful of is that the department was able to put together, processes and procedures that managed better the state funerals and kept the prices, which is why we have not seen any of those instances continuing. But the members have captured it correctly to say the recovery process in most of these material irregularities is a concern which the department will then come in and clarify on. Thank you.
I'm not sure whether are there any other people that are going to respond. Okay, Connie, please respond. I am worried about time. Remember, I said by 10. It's almost now 11:15, and we still have 4 entities that we have to deal with.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I'll be quick. I think both Loza and Swallow covered me sufficiently. There was just one question specifically in terms of how do we audit and do we take the lead from what the auditee is asking us to follow up, or is it the independent assessment on where we put our time and money? So I want to give assurance that whatever we do is an independent assessment. So in terms of the Public Audit Act, first of all, we need to annually audit and report on the financial statements, compliance and performance information. So that is being done annually. We follow a risk-based approach, and that is what will guide our processes and our execution. When it comes to the MI process, it is also based on risk. Based on, in my starting remarks, I did mention in terms of the noise that is coming from the public, the citizens' experience. So obviously we will also consider where there is that noise in the system, which equates to the risk in the environment. And then we also need to be mindful in terms of where do we put our effort? Because at the end of the day, we need to make sure that with the available resources, we really focus on where we're going to have the biggest impact. And that basically guides us in terms of where we then put our time and effort in executing our regularity mandate, but also executing the extended mandate in terms of the material irregularities. Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify that so that it's not a remaining concern. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Anyone from the department, acting DG?
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to honorable members, to our Deputy Minister, as well as to the members of the AG and my colleagues. We have taken note of the questions. I believe that the AG has answered significantly the number of questions. I guess what we would need to do is to answer the ones that are specifically directed at us as a department. And in this regard, one would like to start with the first one. We acknowledge that it takes inordinately a long period to conclude cases. It is not for lack of wanting to finish cases on time. Each case is dealt with on its own merits and with all the permutations that take place during the course of the case. And even where we have deemed that there were significant delays, we had sought to fast track the finalization of these matters, but often than not, we are held back by not that the committees we appoint to conduct discipline are actually not operational and not effective, but because they are legal technicalities that are raised by defendants, everybody exercises their rights to the fullest and they oppose every step of the action, and often it leads to significant delays. We have seen even in cases where we have been interdicted from proceeding with processes and where there's been special applications one after the other to have matters dealt with even and ventilated in other forums. So if we look at the breakdown of all of the cases, you would see that it is some of the cases, not all of them. If you are considering that we have been able to process in excess of 470 cases just in the current financial or previous financial year, that tells you a good story that we are processing some on time and quicker, but there are those that are sticky, and particularly I believe that where members and staff members believe that they are facing harsher sentences and with possibility of dismissal, they do all in their power to drag on the cases and to ensure that they do not move as speedily as we would want to move. We have been asked that, but certainly there should be something we can do in this regard. We are unfortunately, innovation in this space is quite limited by the fact that we are bound by the public service wide regulations as far as how cases must be dealt with. And we are also bound by common law as well as the labor laws of our country in as far as how matters when they are raised and ventilated. We simply cannot ignore such applications. We got to take our paces through all of that and follow those difficult processes as they are that are protracted and prolonged. So I think that there is a great limitation of scope on our part in terms of what we can do, given the challenges that are there. The key other issue that has been raised is on the minister's advisor. As we had reported earlier to the committee, we do not have a responsibility over staff members appointed in terms of Section 12A. That is the prerogative of the minister to discipline them. We are aware, and for completeness, we have been reporting to the AG as well as to the committee as to how far the process is, to the best of our knowledge as it was unfolding, and the fact that the charges were served and that a set down of the hearing was communicated by the chairperson appointed by the state attorney. We do not know what has since happened, but what we know is that with the reshuffle that came and with Ms. Whitehead moving on together with the minister, we had lost a complete, even the little window of viewing and a line to this case has been lost out of our sight, and we were not able to process the matter. And what makes even matters worse is that when the request for transfer of files was made by the former minister for the transfer of staff, Ms. Whitehead was not one of those that was being transferred, meaning that she is currently not in the employ of the public service, and which would make it even more difficult for us to have any reach whatsoever in that regard. In the first instance, Section 12A had precluded us, the department, having a reach over the jurisdiction to charge her ourselves. In as far as the exclusion clause that Honorable Graham Mare suggests should be there, in the code of conduct that is wide for constitution of members of the bid adjudication committees, post the evaluation as well as the adjudication, it does indicate that the people to be appointed must be fit and proper persons. So in that context, it does preclude that those that would have been found guilty of such acts would then be included. And as we can confirm now, that none of those that have been found wanting previously had been reappointed to these committees. In as far as the issue about LUCOP is concerned, one needs to say we concur with the AG. We by no means interfere with the AG does, and we by no means undermine the authority of the Auditor-General. Our understanding is that the process involves representations that the department may give to the AG. And when we do so, we do not do so because we are seeking to usurp the powers of the AG. We do so because we are seeking to clarify the AG on the information that is before our disposal and how we are looking at a specific matter. And we seek to persuade the AG to look at what we have and the objective evidence before our hands, and to articulate what that and what our interpretation is to it, and that the AG ultimately is the final arbiter. And if should we still not be happy, then the provisions of our constitution and our law provides that the courts are the arbiter. But as you may be aware, in the spirit of cooperative governance, we always do not wish to go that route. We seek to engage with the AG, and even where, because our attitude has never been the one that says we undermine the authority of the AG. In effect, most of the MIs that are raised first time, we accept it the first time we see what the AG raises, and we comply and we follow and implement those regulations and the recommendations that are being made. In this regard, I must also correct one issue. We had done our own investigation after the AG. Their first recommendation was that we investigate the matter. We did. And it is out of that investigation and what came up that we felt that we needed to then make representations to the AG for them to consider what we found and what we have and how we are looking at the matter. The AG is within their rights, as they are currently doing, to evaluate what we have. Should they come back and say, this is our final decision, we believe we would most likely respect that decision and will most likely implement the recommendations going forward. It is possible, and it has happened several times, that the AG has made preliminary findings and offered us an opportunity to make management representations. And once we have done so and proffered them with evidence, those findings had been closed and they fell away. So it is nothing out of the ordinary what is being reported in as far as our representations that we have submitted to the AG in this regard. On the issue of what is perceived as light sanctions, as Honorable Matebula raises it, I think it's a matter we take to heart. It's a matter we ourselves are contending with. And we know that since the bargaining chamber resolutions were adopted, we are now bound by the decisions of the chairpersons. If we want to deviate from them, we should be having quite significant good and valid reasons, and rationality should be the biggest test of testing that on whether we can come out with it or not. But we have since had like 2 cases at which we had sought to challenge the decisions of the chairpersons, and the courts have not been very kind to us in that regard, on the understanding that the process by which these chairpersons undertaking, they do not appoint themselves. It's a departmental process. It's a process that is supposed to be seen as independent, and the department seems to be saying that if it doesn't like the outcome, it then wishes to challenge its own very process. With that, the courts have been frowning upon that, and largely we are compelled to implement decisions of these chairpersons. We have an initiator who represents the department and who make representations of the department to the chairperson. And in that case, you may have seen that in a number of occasions, like in the case of Bay Bridge, which is being referred to, we had indeed requested the chairperson. Our mandate to the chair, we were asking for dismissal. We were contending that the relationship between us and the employees is based on trust. And once that trust is broken, we do not see the continuation of the relationship. And therefore, we're asking for the maximum penalty of dismissal in this regard. The chairperson did disagree with us. If you read the report of the hearing, it does indicate that almost all of them were considered first-time offenders. The chairperson seemed to be more lenient towards them, considering that also there was this directive that was issued and that they were not on the frolic of their own, they were not doing their own bidding. And the chairperson returned this varied sanctions ranging from 1 month, 3 months suspension without pay. And with it, we did seek an opinion on whether we could be successful in appealing that. And the opinion once again reconfirmed our fears that we were not likely going to be successful in that regard, and hence that. So we do take the matter of light sanctions into consideration. We believe and we are aware even what the AG is pointing out, the demands by the public to see real action. And we are cognizant to that, but we are also aware that the processes we follow should be also seen to be open and fair, and that where the other parties make their own representation and the chairpersons make their decisions, that largely those decisions must be respected and they must be made to stay. Let me move to the issue of the border fence between KwaZulu-Natal and Mozambique. We had responded to this earlier to the committee and had indicated when it was raised in the committee, and we had ventilated the matter to indicate that the border fence was not built by us. It was built by the Provincial Department of Public Works, which did not complete the work. There were findings made on that border fence of irregularities, and the province was found wanting, and also the fact that it was in their mandate actually to build that fence in a manner that they had done. Only then they had sought to transfer this poison chalice to us in the manner that it is. We had contended that it would be very difficult for us to take over a project we had not necessarily started, more so when it is mired by the issues that were being raised. And we had said the matters with law enforcement agencies needed to be expedited speedily, and that the cloud of irregularity needed to be covered and closed and finished, and the investigations that were being undertaken there without us interfering in what has been done, that it be finalized first, and that thereafter we can do a proper stock take exercise and know what we need to do. The other challenge with this was that of all the proclaimed borders that we had, this was considered an informal crossing and not necessarily a formal border. People have now formalized it because of the nature and the area, and also the communities that live on both sides of the border, who intermarry, and their families this side and that side, and who cross and illegally, so to say, because they do not get their process their crossings through the immigration system and all of that. And to this extent, the status quo unfortunately remains that until the matter has been finalized in that regard, and the investigations that are due are done, and then only then we can enter into formal transfer processes with the Provincial Department of Public Works in this regard. On the issue of state funerals, one just needs to concur with what the AG say, and to also indicate to the chair that we had accepted the counsel of the committee, as well as the recommendations of the AG. We have kept the costs in check. We had added even layers of decision making in the processes to make sure that there are review processes even prior to finalization and allocation. Previously, the biggest issue was that we were informed by the presidency quite late of the needs that are required and of the state visits coming. And we have found a good balance now where we are informed ahead of time and where we now sit even in the state funerals and state events planning committees chaired by the presidency. And in this regard, we are able to now know what is going to happen on time, and that gives us sufficient time to procure properly without having to do emergency procurement all the time. And it has afforded us an opportunity to also negotiate and look and keep the prices in check. And I think, as the AG does confirm, all of what came after this MI was raised has been within the boundaries of what we expect on a procurement of this nature, and we have been keeping this costs in check. In as far as the month-to-month leases, we agree and concur. We are the first ones to indicate that whilst a lot of work has gone into dealing with these matters, we ourselves are tracking this on a bi-weekly basis, and we are looking at the leases and we're whittling them down. As we had confirmed to you, Chair, that indeed we have about a portfolio of about 2,000 private leases. We had about 90% of them, 1,817 of them on month-to-month by November last year. And as you are aware, we have whittled that number down. We are now sitting at 134 of these leases still being on month-to-month. We have indicated to the committee the frustrations of the current leases we are dealing with and the difficulty and the challenges of dealing with them, and particularly those that are with state-owned entities, and where we are renting from entities like AXA, like PRASA, like so on, where exceptions, just for as an example, the issue of AXA and the indemnity form that they seek us to do, when we, the state, the treasury, does not allow us at the moment to actually take out insurance. We simply cannot possibly sign such an indemnity form. It's a matter we've been debating with them. But even secondly, on the issue of costing, we have adopted RUODE. We now need a mechanism to exempt AXA from RUODE, in the sense that the space within airports, if you look at the rate per square meter, and you just drive 1 kilometer out of the airport and you look at the rate per square meter there outside, it's cheese and chalk. And what we are being asked to pay for state entities who are by law required to be operational in these spaces is quite significant. And we have been trying to negotiate costs with this regard, and AXA operates on a basis of a take it or leave it basis. And these are some of the difficulties that have led us to remain on month-to-month on many of these leases that we still have. And of course, where we have single sources and those sources know that we can't rent anywhere else except from them, they tend to be quite ridiculous in terms of the type of amounts they are asking. And this has meant that we continue on month-to-month leases, although they are undesirable. But the court case where Butongo took us to court, where we had decided we are stopping payments because we felt that the leases were exorbitant, the court had disagreed with us and with the recommendation and the finding of the AG that this is actually irregular expenditure. The court said, while it is undesirable, it is not illegal to have a month-to-month contract. The court reaffirmed that the month-to-month contract is as valid a contract as any other, save for the fact that it is undesirable for us for two reasons. First, it's expensive. Secondly, it is not giving our clients security of tenure. So we too are eager to eradicate month-to-month leases and to have long-term leases for the cost benefits, but also for security of tenure of our own clients, where the landlord just can't walk in a day and say you have a month notice to be evicted. So that would be quite an untenable scenario, and therefore we are working, as I'm saying, monitoring this on a bi-weekly basis and working daily towards eradication of the month-to-month leases. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I also take
Thank
your
you,
signal
Acting
that
DG. I was about to cut you off because we're still going to engage on this report of auditor.
Chair, you're muted.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you so much. I'm saying I was about to cut off the DG, but he has just ended. I'm saying we still have a chance to deal with this report of Auditor-General when we deal with the quarterly performance reports and annual performance reports, in which the acting DG can then go to town and explain all these things. But we really appreciate the report given by AG. We have a detailed report, not the slides. So would really appreciate that the AG office should send the slides to Ms. Martinez or to Inez or to Shuaib, so that we have the presentation that they were doing to us. We didn't have them, but we were writing as they were talking, because the presentation that we have, it's a detailed one, not the slides that they were doing. We are now going to, thank you so much, AG, for your time and always constantly reporting to us on whatever that you see on when you're doing the books of the department and PMTE. And I think as the portfolio committee on the issue of PMTE, we have raised several issues when we're dealing with the reports of PMTE. So what you are actually telling us is confirming what we have seen when we are dealing with the reports of PMTE. We now invite the chairperson of Agrement SA, the CEO and their team.
Chairperson, sorry for...
Honorable Jaba.
Thanks, Chairperson. Good morning to Chair and the members. I'm just checking, Chairperson, because of time. The time now, it's 11:07. Is it possible for us to take maybe 2 presentations at a time, then deliberation after? I'm just checking the time, because the response, it takes time.
Okay. No, I agree with you. I agree with you. According to the program that we had, it was going to be Agrement SA followed by IDT, according to the program that we adopted.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah, so we will deal with the 2 and then CPE and CIPT later on. So yes, that means also we welcome and invite, after Agrement has presented the interim chair of the IDT board and the acting CEO of IDT, after they have presented, so they must also be ready after Agrement SA has presented. Thank you so much. Over to you, Chairperson of the board.
Thank you, Chair, Honorable Chair, and Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, Chairpersons, the Deputy Minister, Chairpersons of entities and colleagues. My name is Jeffrey Mahachi, and I'm the Chairperson of Agrement South Africa. I'm with the CEO, Mr. Richard Sumanje, and the CFO, Ms. Lebokang Madumo. And Chairperson, while the CEO is putting the presentation, if CEO, if you can just put up your presentation, CEO is going to take us through that presentation, Chairperson. And while this is doing that, may I take the honor, Chair, of thanking the Portfolio Committee members who attended our stakeholder engagement session, which we did, I think, about a few weeks ago. And this session actually is a result of the initiative of this Portfolio Committee. So I really would want to thank you for that initiative. And it was quite a pleasure for us to host you and to host the other stakeholders. CEO, I'm not too sure, I do not see the presentation as yet.
Good morning, Chair. I'm struggling. Perhaps I may be given the right to present. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, we're just waiting for the presentation. But while this is also doing the presentation, may I just take you through And just a reminder to the portfolio committees about the mandate of Agrement South Africa. And I think if I can really try and summarize our mandate is into 3 aspects. Right. The first and foremost important thing is that we are a certification body. Right? We are looking at non-standardized. Some people would want to call it innovative building technologies. So we are there to actually certify, and there must be a distinction between SABS and the role of Agrement. We are looking at non-standardized construction products. That's the first critical thing that we do. And we also assure to our specifiers that these products are actually fit for purpose. And eventually we also need to ensure then that we provide a proper risk mitigation measures so that these products are actually utilized in the industry. So in so doing this, we actually need to be able to support and promote the process of integrated socio-economic development in the country, so that when we have certified our products, there must be actually be a proper uptake in the industry. We must provide a platform for job creation within the construction industry, and we need to be able to promote such type of usage of these non-standardized construction products. So Chairperson, really, and portfolio committee members, really the main aspect of Agrement is actually a certification of anything that is used in the construction industry where there are no South African standards. So that's why it's called non-standardized construction, because then there are no standards that are available for use in the South African industry. With that mandate, Chairperson, let me hand over to the CEO to take us through the presentation. CEO.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee members, Deputy Minister, the Acting Director General, Chairpersons, CEOs of the public entity, executives of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, and public entities, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Agrement continues to make rules and determine the processes, procedures, and forms. This is necessary in terms of issuing and amending or suspension, as well as the restatements, withdrawal, and the renewal of Agrement certificates. And we issue these certificates in a prescribed form if there is the matter that we're looking at, it satisfies the requirements for non-standardized construction-related products and systems. We further continue to monitor these certificates and manage the renewal of all the certificates through our annual inspections, as well as the validity reviews. We establish and maintain a public register of the applications rejected, certificates issued, amended, suspended, reinstatements, or withdrawn on an annual basis. We perform our tasks in aligning ourselves to the National Development Plan, National Growth Path, as well as the medium-term strategic framework. And in that, we aligned the 7 national priorities, and through issuing these certificates to our small, medium, macro enterprises, their innovative construction products, and therefore also contribute to immensely to the economic reconstructions. And these certificates create a platform through which these SMMEs can transact and create employment opportunities. The picture that we are putting forward, it continues to show an infrastructure-led growth where it reflects the departments with its 4 public entities and the regional offices, and how the whole shared outcome of the sector, which is the public works and infrastructure sector. we look at our outcome, which is to transform the built environment, the optimized use of non-standardized products and systems, broaden the geographic footprint, and quality manufactured non-standardized product systems. How we linked it to the department, it's through the dignified client experience, productive infrastructure investments, and optimized job opportunities. As Agrement, we see ourselves as an innovator or a stakeholder confidence. We provide confidence to the users as well as the innovators through our 4 main objectives that are linked to the departments, and that's how we contribute to the final 7 national priorities. And the Agrement is governed by its board, which is supported by the 4 committees, that is audit and risk committees, human resource and remuneration committees, technical certification and compliance committees, and industry advisory committee. Thus, the board is supported administratively by the CEO, who further supported by the executives, which is the chief financial officer, chief audit executive, executive manager technical services, and executive manager corporate services. We are reflecting our organogram, reflecting the field positions and vacant, as well as the total. Overall, Chairperson, we've got a vacancy of 5 posts, and out of the 36, 31 are filled, which translates to almost 13% of vacancy rate. Chairperson, Agrement's visions, we have reviewed our visions to reflect for who we are, and in that we are saying that Agrement is to be the leading regulator on non-standardized construction products and systems in South Africa. And our missions continue to be the assessments and certifications of fitness for purpose for non-standardized construction related products or system. We continue to provide that assurance to specifiers and users of fitness for purpose, and support and promote the process of integration as it relates to socio-economic developments. And we continue to support the policymaker to minimize the risk associated with the use of non-standardized construction-related products and systems. Our values, Chairperson, has been reviewed as well, and the new one that have been put in, its innovations, which is the 3rd one, which will inspire introductions of sustainable, innovative solutions, as well as the accountability, where we assume the ownership of what happened. Our external environment analysis does indicate where we report to executive authority and through the board, and the reporting to Parliament through the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure in terms of the PFMA, and our activities are aligned to the mandate, and we are impacted in terms of what is happening on the built environment industry generally and the construction sector. Our 5-year plan in terms of the medium-term expenditure framework, we continue to issue, amend, suspending, reinstating, withdrawing, and renewing the Agrement certificates. And we continue to emphasize on creating an awareness programs on non-standardized construction-related products and systems. We encourage innovations in respect to technical, socio-economic, regulatory aspect of non-standardized construction-related products and systems, monitor and evaluate the quality management systems of certified construction-related products and systems, and support and promoting the introduction and the use of certified non-standardized construction-related products and systems and also on international market. In terms of our Agrement Certificate Act, the emphasis is that we are continue to implement the Act as it relates to any changes that happens on the database in terms of the Act. And we continue, the Act requires us to establish and maintain an international links with peer organizations and also encourage research and development of non-standardized constructions related products and systems. And on this, Chair, we continue to engage and keep abreast in terms of what is happening, as there are exciting projects that will be coming in the new year in as far as the innovation is concerned. And as far as the compliance with the Act, we continue to monitor such a certificate and manage the renewal of certificates and to maintain the public register with regards to the applications rejected, certificates issued, amended, suspended, reinstated, and renewed. In the ensuing year or the current year under review, we're looking at the eco-labeling, where ASA is a competent body to undertake this eco-labeling for government building and products for the renewable period of 5 years. The eco-labeling systems will address aspects such as indoor air quality, comfort, environmental, material, and energy resource conservations. The eco-labeling will be incorporated in the department's standard specifications for construction-related work. We are further looking at the green rating tool for public buildings, as currently it's only for run by the private sector. But in as far as the public buildings, ASA is mandated to rate the public sector building using a green building rating tool that is being formulated. This will present an opportunity to rate the current public buildings as well as the new buildings that will be built according to the set standards, thus contribute towards the green economy. We continue to maintain the strategic link with the World Federation of Technical Assessments Organizations, which we are one of the 22 globally. And with our sister public entities, including the NHBRC, as well as the government department. The graph that we are putting forward, Chairperson, while it looks like it's increasing, but when we look at the years below, it's in the opposite directions. And this tells a story that while we started from 2017, 2018 to receive many projects, and thereafter issuing almost 50% of the certificates, the graphs in terms of the receipts of projects, it shows a decline to the last financial year, while the number of certificates continue to increase percentage-wise in terms of despite the number that are declining. This could be ascribed to one or two things. First is that our act, it's not mandatory, it's on a voluntary basis. So we continue to assess as to what gives rise to this decline. Is it because other innovators are bringing the products without going through ASA? Is something that we continue to review, and this will then look in terms of what we need to do in terms of the current act, whether we need to compel each and every innovator to subject their innovative products to ASA Act. It's the process that we will continue to monitor and implement in the ensuing years. Chairperson, in as far as what we're going to do in the ensuing year, we're reflecting the annual targets, which we now plan to issue 10 eco-labeling, which will be split in terms of the various quarters, 5 in the 3rd and 4th, as we'll be setting up our processes. And in as far as the certifications of project managed and finalized within the time frame, we continue to plan at 90% of all the project received that must be finalized. and we intend to issue or plan to issue 24 certificates in a year, ranging from first quarter to the last quarter in terms of the 4, 8, 6, and 6. The other items that of the 4 Agrement certified products and system market usage reports, we intend to issue 4, which will be 1 per quarter. These help us to understand the uptake of innovations and what challenges the innovators or the users are experiencing out there. And we plan to sign 2 agreements with the specifiers so as they can involve us when they intend to use innovative products and systems so that we can advise accordingly. We will continue to ensure we conduct quality and compliance audits for the 92% of our certificates in use as per our database. We plan to have a clean external audit report without compliance issues, where the report is expected to be issued in the second quarter of the following year. We also plan 96% of the expenditure spent against the approved budget, and however, in as far as the payments of suppliers, 100% must be paid within the 30 days. We plan to reduce our irregular expenditure balance by 60%, which will be split in terms of the 10, 20, 40, 60 per quarter. That's cumulative. And we also plan to reduce our fruitless and wasteful expenditure by 60%, same as the irregular expenditure. We, as part of the economic recovery and the reconstruction plan, we intend to render 4 SMMEs trainings in as far as our procurement is concerned, as well as the certifications requirements. We dedicating 30% of ASA's procurement spent directed to designated groups, which is our women, youth, and people with disability, spread over the quarters. That's cumulatively 7.5, 15, 25, 30%. Looking at inward, we want to implement 100% of the planned training in line with an approved training plan. And we want to reduce our vacancy rate, which is sitting at 13% to a 10%, which is the minimum that we will want to. And the chairperson on this one, I'll then call upon regarding the budget, our CFO, Ms. Lebogang Madung, to take us through the slides relating to budget. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committees and members of the Portfolio Committee, the Minister, the Deputy Minister, CEOs of public entities, and colleagues on the line. Lebogang Madung, and I'll be taking you through the budget for the over the period. Apologies, the fire alarm just went off. I'm hoping that it's not disrupting, that I'm still audible.
You are audible. Please proceed.
Okay. All right. Presented here is the budget for Agrement. In total, we are expecting revenue of 37.8 million, broken down into own revenue and the transfer received from the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. On our own revenue, in total, we are expecting 3.7 million. That's revenue that we received from the applications that we for the projects, the annual fees and licensing fees, and some of that being the interest received on our cash reserve, on our cash reserves. Then just over 34 million is what we will be receiving from the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. Chairperson, overall, our revenue has seen 3% increase from the prior financial year. On the transfer received from the department, less than 1% increase on that line item. The bulk of the increase is sitting on our own revenue. This can mostly be attributed to our newly launched program that the CEO mentioned earlier of eco-labeling that we will start implementing in this in the 23-24 financial year. And overall, the total revenue, the 90% of our income is still at this point being received from the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. But I think going forward with the new initiatives that the CEO has mentioned, we will see a increase in our own revenue as we implement those projects. Then moving on to the expenditure. CEO, if you can move to the next slide.
Sorry.
All right. Then looking at the expenditure line item, expenditures are being broken down mainly into the compensation of employees groups, the goods and services, and small amount they being on depreciation. Of the total amount to be spent in the next financial year, 70% of that is attributed to compensation of employees, as we are heavily employee-led entity, with most of our employees being the ones that undertake the work that we do for our certificate holders. Then on the goods and services, just 10.8 million has been allocated to that, which on a year-on-year comparison is less than 1% increase on the total goods and services line item. Then the small amount there that we've attributed to the depreciation line, which reflects just the use of our assets. Then all that brings our total expenditure to 37.8 million. That is how we plan on expending our budget for the next financial year. Then I think that's it on the budget line. Thank you.
Thank you, the CFO and Chairperson. In as far as we conduct our business, we face with a number of risks, and we look at our risk management, which its main objectives is to identify and manage all risks that we are faced with. This is necessary to ensure that we achieve efficiency in our processes, and our information, performance information and financial information can be relied upon, and thus also ensure that we comply with all relevant and related laws and regulations. The executive management is aware that such a framework cannot just provide an absolute assurance, but that objective to ensure that it entirely works along the process of ensuring that we manage these risks, and to ensure that we comply with law and regulations is very important. And thus we identify the teams that actually works on this. We identify management teams which actually owns and manage these risks. And this is done through identifying, through risk assessments of identifying and assessing the risks, so as to putting together a mitigating strategy to manage these risks. And thereafter, to put in controls as well to continue monitoring compliance that have been identified. We also have the committee of the board that provide an oversight for the board to ensure that those risks, these control procedures that are operating as intended. This committee is assisted by the internal audit function, who continue to independently provide assurance of the effectiveness of governance, risk management, and internal controls to the Audit and Risk Committee. And they do that through their systematic approach that they use to evaluate and seek improvement, to see if there's improvements in our implementation and management of risks going forward. So we then continue to implement our mandate while we are faced with several risks that some of them we could be aware at the time. Some may not necessarily be aware, but we continue to assess so as we accommodate those emerging risks in the year as and when we become aware of them and they are materialized. We looked at our objectives or outcome in terms of the optimized of use of non-standardized construction-related products. We identify a number of risks, and on each risk, we identify the mitigations factors in terms of what needs to happen to manage those risks. In as far as inaccurate and achievable predictions in revenue generations as per the eco-labeling scheme's business model, we'll continue to do market analysis that will inform an updated business model, because we will continue to understand what is the uptake in the business. If we face a situation where our eco-labeling may not be recognized as a national scheme, and we will need to implement an approved marketing strategy and plan to continue to create awareness of the importance of this eco-labeling, as it will contribute towards eco-friendly environment and mitigate towards climate change. And in as far as insufficient market penetration model and the structure to attract new businesses in relation to certifications of non-standardized products and systems, we'll continue to implement our marketing strategies, which we have so far done well in terms of creating awareness and the branding of us. In as far as the no regulation being in place to support the implementation of ASA Act and the ASA certification process policies, the gazetting of ASA rules to support implementation of the ASA Act. ASA certifications and quality assurance process not accredited, assessors not recognized as a professionally competent, and ASA not able to fulfill its mandate, ASA to obtain a SANAS accreditations as well as an ISO 9001 certifications body. Under the finance outcome, which is a resilient, ethical, and capable entity, the risk that we face is an adverse audit outcome. We will implement the internal controls for finance and human resources services, provide trainings and workshops for staff to create awareness and to comply, regular checking with the National Treasury website for updates in terms of the instruction notes and other information, and regular consultation with the internal auditors and external auditors to identify areas that might be exposed to risks and how to manage that, and independent reviews on tenders by the internal auditors, which will improve in terms of compliance. The reduced funding as a result of budget cuts in government funding. ASA has reviewed its operation and innovated its overall operational process to generate more revenue so as to be self-sustainable in the near future. ASA is also collaborating with other entities within the DPWI to share operational costs and maximize synergies. That is being led by the Forum of the CEOs. Under corporate services, is still the outcome is the resilient, ethical, and capable entity that inability to fully execute the mandates and achieve organizational objectives. ASA will explore and recommend financial measures to fill all the positions in a new organizational structure to mitigate against unhealthy working conditions and staff burnout leading to poor work performance. Irrelevant applications resulting in delays in filling critical positions, carry out recruitment of critical posts as per the recommendation of organizational diagnostic, lack of inappropriate skills and expertise. The implementation of annual staff training plans will address that. Under the office of the CEO within the resilient, ethical, and capable entity, inability to meet performance targets and compliance with the existing standard operating procedures will fast track the implementation and of the performance management, monitoring and evaluation, as well as the quality management system. Market penetration, organizational visibility and integration, will foster partnership with other public entities. And optimal performance of organizational processes will monitor process performance on a monthly, quarterly, and annual basis. Capacity constraint that leads to interruptions in business processes efficiencies will capacitate the organizations to withstand. Chairperson, in conclusion, Agrement South Africa will continue to provide innovative product certification for SMMEs and contribute immensely towards the economic growth and job creations of South Africa. Through eco-labeling and green building rating tool, Agrement South Africa will foster environmental friendly, leading to green economy. Will continue to contribute towards fast-tracking economic developments by allowing the safe introduction of appropriate and suitable products, facilitate partnership with other public entities, and help reduce the backlog in different areas through innovative building technology systems, i.e. housing backlog. Facilitate the global acceptance of South Africa produced products, provide independent and authoritative technical assurance of fitness for purpose. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, CEO, and thank you, CFO. Chairperson, that brings us to the end of our presentation. And I think according to your agenda, you requested that IDT can follow up. So probably while IDT is putting up their presentation, if I can summarize, Chair, is that
no, if you may allow me.
Okay, sure.
Chairperson, one is that I saw that on the platform the two entities were not here, the IDT and CIDB. I then tried to contact them only to find that IDT was not aware that the meeting is at this time. I made follow up with them, and it was only at 11:15 that the department sent the link to IDT. 11:15. I had just reached now CIPD, and they said that they will join. So it won't be as we had envisaged, that immediately after you, it will be IDT. So we will interact with your report, and then because IDT, apparently they had other meetings, their board members, the acting CEO and all that, but they have promised that at least by 12:30, they will be able to join. So if CIBD is ready when they join, then we will start with them. But for now, we will interact, but you can finalize or summarize what you wanted to add, and then we will interact with you. And in this instance, it's the department that is failing us, because as the portfolio committee, we don't communicate with the entities, we communicate with the department. I have proof that the link has been sent at 11:15 to IDT. So it shows how our department is failing us. DM, we're not happy. I'm raising this with you as the executive that is here. But we'll follow this up. You can then finalize, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And thanks again to the CEO and the CFO. Chair, I just wanted to say that from our perspective, we believe that as Agrement, we are indeed executing our mandate, but there is obviously room for improvement. We have seen through the COVID days, the number of certificates are going down, but soon after COVID, we are starting to see an uptick in the innovative building technologies. We have partnered with many entities. We are providing support to Department of Human Settlements, and I think we are starting to engage with them on emergency housing solutions and trying to see how innovative technologies can be utilized in emergency housing. So Chair, indeed, our governance, from a governance perspective, I think we are doing fairly well. We've put up a number of risk management systems in place. Yes, we are seeing from a financial perspective that we need to be sustainable. We are introducing many different products to generate income. And I think the CEO has highlighted things like our eco-labeling, which we hope then that before the end of this year, we will be having an uptake on the eco-labeling as a new business initiative. So from that perspective, Chair, I would hand over back to you and you can take up any questions for clarification.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Honorable members, that is the presentation from Agrement SA. Now we invite members to interact with this presentation. So far, the hands that I can see on my device is the hand of Honorable Hicklin, followed by Honorable Siwisa. In that order, honorable members.
Thank you, Chair. I'll kick off from here. I want to start off by saying it's no secret that Agrement SA is one of my champion projects, and I just love the way in which it works so well. I will be going down to Agrement on the 14th of April. I am taking representatives from 3 different portfolio committees down with me to show them the Eric Malobi Hub, because I made a commitment at the stakeholder engagement that I went with Chair and Honorable Mjobo that I will promote Agrement as much as I can, because I believe so much in the products that you certify. So that being said, let me just say to you, on slide 12, Dr. Mahachi and Mr. Somanji, there are 2 vacancies in your organogram, one relating to a manager for monitoring and evaluation and one relating to stakeholder relations. And I ask you, to what extent does this have a material effect on your ability to function? Because those are 2 significant vacancies in the upper echelon of the standing in the organogram of Agrement SA. Going to slide 14, on your technical staff, you have a shortage of an eco-labeling manager and a quality assurance specialist. And again, I ask you, to what extent does this have an impact and a bearing on your ability to perform your functions? You also have a vacancy in those vacancies, as reflected on slide 15, shows significant weakness in the upper echelons of the organization, and it needs to be borne in mind, because your budget in terms of your compensation of employees is really running quite high, and yet there are significant defects in terms of the vacancy rate. It's just something that I want to bring to your attention, because there is very little that Agrement SA does not do well. Going to slide 30, when you talk about irregular expenditure and wasteful and fruitless expenditure, what are these exactly? Because you don't elaborate in any way, shape, or form. So can you explain to us where they are and what they are, and how you're going to mitigate them in the future? You also talk about SMME training. What SMME training are you going to engage in, and what does that involve? Turning to slide 33, this I think is the greatest challenge that I have with Agrement SA. It's your reliance on the transfer from the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. It's your greatest source of revenue. I understand that your other source of revenue is through the certification process and the number of entities that make use of your products through asking for eco-labeling and asking for your assistance in getting their products to market. Somewhere along the line, Agrement SA has to find another avenue to make yourself self-sustainable. If, for example, the National Treasury reduces the transfers that you get from the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. That cannot be the reason that Agrement SA ceases to be. And so you have to have another string to your bow to ensure that you can continue to actually exist. Turning to the budget itself, in terms of your expenditure, almost 34,082 million out of the 37,847 comes from the transfer that you get from the DPWI, which is why I'm saying to you, a lot more emphasis needs to be placed on securing another source of income to ensure that if the Department of Public Works' budget gets shaved, that you can't get that transfer from DPWI. Something has to be done to ensure that you are able to continue and that you become self-sustainable. Your expenditure on compensation of employees is currently at 101% of your budget. And yet you have vacancies that needs to be addressed as well. Goods and services is currently standing at 54.74% of your budget, which is 10.8 million. And your total expenditure right now is standing at 86.08% of your budget. That is not a bad figure to be on, but I just think we have to look at added revenue streams to bring in to ensure that at this point you would have more finances at your disposal. Your ISO 9001 certification, you have to look, that is well on track. But what is being done to ensure that your Agrement SA Act is finalized? What is needed to get that ASA Act implemented? How best can the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure assist you in getting the ASA Act implemented? In short, Agrement SA needs to be really congratulated on the sterling work that you have done. Most importantly, on your eco-labeling efforts and on your continued work in creating fit-for-purpose, innovative building technique products and systems that are finding traction in both government and private practice. I really think you are a sterling jewel in the crown of the DPWI and the CSIR, and I can't congratulate you enough. Thank you so much for the work that you do, and I will leave it there, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Hicklin. Honorable Siwisa.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I don't have much to say. I heard in the presentation that there's going to be training of SMMEs. Is there a specific target that the Agrement SA is having in mind, and in which area? Because we know we've got a problem, or we've got a situation where women are not given enough opportunity, especially in the construction industry. So what is their target which they are going to specifically give training to? And then are there any plans to actually invite contractors? Because in the past, I asked the department that, what are they doing for Agrement SA to be able to sell their ideas specifically to the Department of Human Settlement, the Department of Basic Education, about their innovative ways that are sustainable, especially for South African weather? And then the response that you got was that the Department of Human Settlement does not want to come to the party. So now, Honorable Hicklin spoke about getting another source of revenue without depending on DPWI. So are there any plans to actually invite contractors to actually come on site and see what you are offering as a state entity, to say, these are the material we need to move away? Global warming is also part of the few things that we need to consider. So these are some of the ways or innovative material that we've come up with as Agrement SA. Sell the idea to actually the people who are actually building and doing the building, which are the contractors. And then, Chairperson, this mishap that's happening today, and I think I need to say it now. This mishap that's happening, that there's a miscommunication, entities were not told. I think this has gone too far. This committee is being undermined by the Department of Public Works and Infra, and it's not the first time that we are being treated. So their incompetence now has to fall on the members of the committee because they were too incompetent. It's not the first time this thing happens. We saw what happened at Telkom Towers, and some instances we get reports a day before the committee actually sits, whereas there's been strict stipulations that at least we must get notice of 7 days and all the presentation. Or else in some instances, we get a certain presentation and then something else is being presented. And then we are told that we've been given the wrong slides or the wrong presentation. So I think this is going too far. It can't be left and we need to sit and sing and say all is well. It can't. This has gone for far too long. We've been enduring this thing for the past 4 years, and it's a clear indication that the department does not take this committee serious. And because they don't take us serious, that is why they don't take themselves serious and they can't do what needs to be done. So I just wanted to register the chair. We can't be sitting here. All of us, we stopped our plans to come and listen to APPs only to find out that entities don't even know we are sitting here, whereas the department got their notice on time. So the department needs to take members of parliament very serious. We are not here to play. We are here to execute the duty and is to hold them accountable. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Suisa. In the absence of hands, let me firstly appreciate the report and also appreciate Chair of the board that you acknowledge our presence in the stakeholders forum. We were really pleased with what you did there as the members that attended, and it showed what we have been saying, that you must have these engagements so that people out there know that there is Agrement SA. And you are the entity that always has, even in terms of Auditor-General, you perform so well. But the issue of vacancies, as Honorable Hicklin has raised it must be something of the past. We can't continue with an entity that is doing so well, but not having filled the post. But I will come then to the department in which you are an entity of, not necessarily to you. We have been to this place that Honorable Hicklin is going to take some of the members from her party to see the buildings that are there. We are staying in parks, parliamentary villages in Cape Town that has asbestos roof, that are prefabs. I don't know when they were constructed, maybe 20 or 40 years back. The department is failing to acknowledge that it has an entity that has an alternative to building using blocks and cement. But it cannot do that. This is the end of the term. We have been saying that since 2019, that you have Agrement SA. You can talk to them so that you can finish building these houses using alternative building technologies. These, I am pointing even to this one of the prefab that I'm staying in. these can be demolished and you could construct many of these houses within 4 months if you could use the technologies that are provided by Agrement SA, which I don't understand. Why is it not done? It is cheaper. It takes less time than the normal bricks and whatever, but we're sitting with a department that doesn't acknowledge what its entity is doing. A department that cannot use technologies that are provided by an entity that it has. It's a comment, but it's directed straight to the department that doesn't want to do these things. Over to you, Chair, and the CEO in responding to the questions that have been raised by the members. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair and Honorable Chair, and thanks to Honorable Hicklin and Honorable Suisa for your encouraging words and promoting our work that we do at Agrement South Africa. I think we are where we are over the last couple of years because of your inputs, and we take your inputs very serious so that we can improve on our processes. Honorable Chair, maybe if I can just try and highlight some of the strategic questions and then hand over to the CEO and the CFO to deal with operational matters. From the ASA Act, the Agrement South Africa Act, this act was gazetted around about 2015, right? And it has been in operation now for what, 7 years, 8 years. Right. And then we found out then that there are certain things that we need to be able to look into so that we can improve on our operations. The most important thing is that we do not, the current act as it is, it does not really give teeth to Agrement. Right. And when I'm referring to that, I'm specifically focusing on various social infrastructures. Right? In the human settlements domain, we do have the organization NHBRC that is, for example, the gatekeeper and ensures that all products, all new innovative products, they are actually certified by Agrement South Africa. So no one can actually build a house without having an Agrement certificate. So that space, we've closed it. But however, in the space of the other social infrastructure, your clinics, your schools, etc., there's no gatekeeping there. And the Act does not really give us that teeth to ensure then that nobody can start construction of social infrastructure without an Agrement certificate. So those are some of the things that we want to actually close the gap within the Act. And however, I mean, in terms of the delays, I think that is on our side as Agrement. We've been looking into some of those issues before we start engaging with the Department of Public Works and and infrastructure, just to make sure then that we do understand all the things that we want to be amended in that specific Act. So I think we have started with the process now. We have engaged with the DPWI, and we hope then that sometime this year we'll be able to deal with the amendments to the Act. And also, the one critical thing that has been highlighted by the honorable members is around the self-sustainability of the organization. And I have also just highlighted it in my closing remarks a little bit. But let me just re-emphasize some of the initiatives that we'll probably unpack in the next quarter or so to the members is actually around the new business initiatives. We have a couple of new business initiatives that we are actually looking at, of which, for instance, this eco-labeling project, if we actually implement it correctly and we ensure then that in the revisions to the Act, we also ensure then that all products, for example, Chair, you have actually indicated that DPWI must be the initiator. So we can actually start with all the DPWI buildings and ensure then that they are all complying with eco-label. That is a massive project on its own. right? To the extent then that even our capacity will probably not be able to handle it, we would actually need to look at a proper business model to roll out the eco-labels in DPWI as well as other social infrastructure. So really, I think it is actually a question of us coming up with a proper business model, and we take cognizance of this issue of financial sustainability. But I believe, together with the board, that we can be able to deal with financial sustainability of the organization. Chair, perhaps let me just hand over to the CEO and the CFO just to deal with the issues around the staff vacancies as well as the budget and wasteful expenditure. Over to you, CEO and CFO.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thanks to the members for the questions. And indeed, Honorable Madam Eckling, we are preparing and will welcome you and the team to really engage with you, and we'll also be taking you to some of our certificate holders that are working on those products as it relates to your visit. So we are preparing to welcome you there. Thank you. Indeed, the two positions on slide number 12, monitoring and evaluations, they are very critical positions. We are preparing to fill these positions in the new year that is starting just next week. We also see this stakeholder as a very critical position in the sense that it will assist us in terms of engaging with other stakeholders that we may not have reached, because we'll be having a dedicated person to assist us. And we have prioritized the filling of these positions, and we will keep the committee updated in our next interactions. The same applies on page 14, slide 14, whom we plan to implement the eco-labeling schemes. We will need to have the manager. The reason why it has been delayed is because we were still doing the job evaluations, which is planned to be implemented. We got the job evaluations to properly grade these positions so as it can assist us to implement these strategic imperatives, and that will be finalized. The quality assurance one, the process is underway to fill the positions. We should be able to complete that because the interviews and other processes have been concluded. Indeed, in as far as the slide number 15 regarding the executive manager, the position has been advertised and it's closing on it has been re-advertised. It's been several times because of other challenges, but it's closing on the 11th of April. We should be able to finalize this process before the end of April. Chairperson, regarding the budget, I will then allow the CFO to go through the budget, but I want to further respond on other matters before the CFO could respond in as far as the budget is concerned. And the other matters that I may want to address the members on is on a training of SMMEs. Our training, it's got specific targets. Our target is mainly women, youth, and people with disability, but also others are invited. And to improve on our training, and the stakeholder will want to identify, going forward, will want to identify of all the attendees, how many were women, youth, and people with disability. And our training, we conduct our training together with the departments as they move from one regional office to another in terms of the provinces. So it's where we are gaining some currencies in terms of the number of attendance, because as a a joint planning, we achieved a lot because it also involved the creating awareness in as far as the green building is concerned together with the department. And we have since seen some improvements because in the past we were running these trainings ourselves, but we realized the synergy to run it together with the department and other entities. And it's been a great achievement thus far. And all the contractors are invited in our trainings, and our trainings are in two parts. One is to encourage women, youth, and people with disability to participate on our procurement, to continuously visit our website and the e-tender to see which adverts or tenders are advertised on those platforms. And secondly,
CEO, we've lost you.
Chair, I've lost signal.
Yeah.
We've lost him.
Maybe if I may ask the CFO just to take us through the budget in the meantime. CFO.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'll be taking you through the questions. I think the other questions, the other question that was raised was with regards to the fruitless and wasteful expenditure and the irregular expenditure. Those items are mostly relate on the irregular expenditure part are related to as a result of non-compliance with the National Treasury prescripts and with the contract management issues that we had there. But what we are currently doing with our internal audit division is that we are working on those determination tests so that we can get these items run through the proper processes in line with the National Treasury framework on irregular expenditure to then approach National Treasury to request for condemnation of these matters. Similarly, on the fruitless and wasteful expenditure as well, we're working very closely with our internal audit so that we can finalize those reports, because most of them are coming from 2 to 3 years back, so that we can then have these balances after following due processes and making sure that the right steps are followed, that then we can be able to request for condemnation of those items. On the budget, I think the chairperson did indicate that we are really earnestly working on the new initiatives to have our own revenue to government grant ratio improve to such an extent that we are moving towards being a financially sustainable entity. So we are working closely with the technical team and with the department to have those business plans in place to make sure that these new initiatives are implemented successfully, so that we do see an improvement in our revenue income for the next financial year. On the eco-labeling, we are prepared to be taking applications in the next financial year. The team has geared itself to ensure that come 1st April, which is next week, that we are in a position to then kickstart that program. We've had a lot of marketing initiatives around this program as well to sensitize the market to say that this program is active and will be kickstarted in 1st April. And as well as with the chairperson also spoke about rolling this program out to the department. So with those initiatives, we are hoping to see a greater improvement in our own revenue generation capability moving forward, so as we can then be able to be financially sustainable. I think, Chair, that covers the question. I'm not sure if I missed anything else on the budget, but then I'll hand over back to the CEO if he is back on the line.
Thanks, CFO. I'm back on the line, Chairperson. When I got interrupted, I was talking about the training that it's directed to women, youth, and people with disability. We also take them through our certification process, which is very critical for us to transform the built environment. We starting the process to educate those ones that may not be aware in terms of what processes do we run to accept the applicant and be able to issue the certificate for the innovators to run the business. So that has been a success so far in terms of how we educate them, create awareness, and promoting the use of non-standardized products and systems. In terms of women, we continue to face the challenge, and we have just since identified that for us to see an uptake or increase in terms of interactions and working with women, even at using them as a technical experts, we are creating a database that will identify the up and coming engineers, and we identify the retired engineers that will mentor them so as we can use them as technical experts in our technical committee meetings, and we can also use them as experts to assess the applications as and when we receive them. And we are looking at that because it's one of our priorities to see this built environment being transformed. So indeed, women, it's one of our youth, and it's one of the targets that we are looking forward to improve on that front. And perhaps that's all what we can. And I think we responded to all, and noting the over-reliance in terms of the grant, which we've got strategies in place to improve that. Perhaps in the next, within the 4 years, we should be able to see that current ratio of 10% being self-generating revenue to increase to more than 50% because of the projects that are coming to place effective from next week. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, CEO and CFO. Honorable Chair, I think if there's anything that is not been dealt with, I noticed then that Honorable Hicklin, you did mention that what is the impact of these vacancies on our business? The answer is definitely yes. There is a high impact if we do not actually appoint these high-level staff members that we are looking for. And these are high strategic positions. And we had hoped that before the end of this current financial year, come beginning of the next financial year, we actually have appointed these senior officials, so that at least, especially when you're looking at the eco-labeling manager, I've spoken about that as a big business initiative that we're going to do. So it's high on our priority. We are hoping that beginning of financial year, within the next few weeks, we should have the eco-label manager as well as somebody who is going to drive us through the ISO 9001 certification, because we also believe then that in order for us to actually execute some of these things here, we must also lead by example, and we need to have all our business processes ISO 9001 certified. So all these things here are very, very critical from our side. I think Honorable Siwisa, you also indicated some of the initiatives with the Department of Human Settlements. And I must say then that probably the CEO highlighted earlier on that we do have, and we have signed now an engagement, an agreement with the National Home Builders Registration Council. So during our stakeholder engagement, which happened about a few weeks ago, we did sign this contract, the MOU with the NHBRC, and we have also now and have a very good relationship with National Department of Human Settlements, as well as some of the provincial departments of human settlement. So we believe then that getting into the future, we should be able to actually have an impact in that particular space. We also have know that, I mean, when it comes to implementation of these technologies, particularly in the human settlement space, it's more of the social issues rather than the technical issues. So as Agrement, we look at these things from a technical issue. We believe this product is going to withstand a fire for the next 30 minutes. It's going to stay there for life for the next 50 years or so. But from a social perspective, the products may not actually be acceptable because of the knock-on effects and other social issues. So we are working very closely with some of the departments and the NHBRC to ensure that there is proper education, communication with the relevant stakeholders for the uptake of these products. Chairperson, I don't know if we have left out any specific questions from any of the members, but I'll hand over back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you so much for Agrement SA with this presentation and the responses. Some were comments. I think I saw Acting DG's hand was up. I don't know whether he was going to respond on what I said or on the issue of the entities. I don't know, but I saw Acting DG's hand was up, but now it's down. We are going to invite IDT. As we invite IDT, that will present at almost maybe 20 to 1. We will also take a break, but let's allow Acting DG to come in. Then we take a break, a 10-minute stretch break, in which you can bring your lunch next to your device so that we continue. By 20 to 1 IDT, we are expecting you to all be in the platform. Acting DG.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thanks for the opportunity. I had just wanted to clarify what the chair had indicated that, and I've seen also the WhatsApp message of the chair indicating dissatisfaction about the point that says we have not informed the entities about this meeting. I wish to correct that we have indeed informed them. First and foremost, Chair, to start with, they were in the meeting last week when the chair announced that the meeting is being deferred to today. All of them were there. Secondly, immediately after that meeting, a confirmatory note was issued from ourselves via the platform of all CEOs of entities, informing and confirming to them that indeed this meeting has been deferred to today and that they would have to present themselves today. Yesterday, secondly, after the committee secretariat had sent us the link together with the agenda, same was forwarded again to the entities, and I have sent by WhatsApp the proof to the chair to confirm for herself that indeed that had happened, and we had informed all the entities. It's no wonder that Agrement was aware about the meeting. The others say that they were not aware. It's quite surprising because we had forwarded to everybody, and without fail, all of our 4 entities that must present themselves in this regard. It's only when we were making follow-up ourselves, other than you, Chair, that we were requested a link, which we sent again today at 11. So it couldn't be said that we only issued the notice by 11 today. So I just wanted to correct that, Chair, and apologize for the inconvenience, though. Thank you.
Honorable members, we have had Acting DG. I don't think it's fair that we would interact with this because it is not part of what we're supposed to deal with. I was raising an issue when I saw their absence in the meeting. Honorable members, can we take a break now? It's 12:24 and be back at 12:40 to start our meetings. Please don't log out of the meeting, continue, but I just want members to organize lunch or whatever that we'll have so that we continue. Can we take a break now?
Thank you,
We're
Chair.
back. Yeah, we will be back at 12:40.
Thank you.
chairpersons of the board that are in our meeting today, the CEOs, acting DG of Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, and the team. The Honorable Deputy Minister, as you all know, that the Minister is attending physically the Cabinet Committee meeting. The message came very late. We would appeal to the Office of the Minister to submit the apology. As we know that there are Cabinet Committee meetings, but we must be informed so that the apology is noted. We now invite IDT to do its presentation. IDT.
Good afternoon, Chair. Okay. Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, honorable members of the committee, Minister, Deputy Minister of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, Acting DG, DPWI, and staff of the IDT. I am Karabo Siyila, the interim chairperson of the Board of Trustees, and I am here with the acting CEO, Mr. Bohomalata, Executive PMSU, Mr. Tumisho Makofani, CFO, Ms. Clarinda Sampson, Executive CFU, Naledi Mulabedi, GMS Strategy, Mr. Chris Mulawuzi, the Risk and Compliance Manager, Ms. Bridget Mohale, as well as the COSEC, Ms. Masesi Koto. Chairperson, I just want to recap on the state of the IDT and what we have done as the board since we've been appointed in the 18 months. The board has set out ambitious goals through which it has sought to turn the IDT into a sustainable, agile, and fit-for-purpose entity that can deliver quality infrastructure on time and at cost. In this respect, Chairperson, the board has reaffirmed the three strategic pillars of the entity through which it seeks to transform the IDT into a high-performance entity. And these three pillars can be summarized as follows, Chairperson. The first relates to building an organizational capability fit for purpose. Secondly, to refocus and streamline the client service offerings. And lastly, to secure the entity's financial sustainability. Chairperson, in pursuit of these aspirations, the entity has reached some milestones and it is in the process of reaching the rest of their milestones, which we have set out. And these can be briefly summarized as follows. With regards to the reconfiguration, we as a board had to find the best institutional shape and form for the IDT as part of the reconfiguration process, which was initiated by the shareholder. In this respect, Chairperson, a reconfiguration process, as indicated, was initiated by the shareholder, which worked together with the board and has resulted in a business case with recommendations on the best form and shape for reconfigured IDT. Chairperson, by the end of the year 2022, the executive authority had presented the business case to Cabinet for consideration. And Chairperson, just moving on to some of the highlights that we have done relating to improving performance, we've had to identify and resolve performance-related problems related to some of the projects that the entity manages. We also have had to look at the management fee rate, which we have had to identify the most suitable management fee regime to enable the entity to generate enough revenue for the long-term sustainability of the organization. Now, with regards to staff competencies, Chairperson, we've had to attract suitably qualified personnel in order to boost the entity's ability to deliver on infrastructure that meets clients' expectations. And then if we move on to better contract management, Chairperson, we've had to address the high cost of infrastructure delivery through the strict application of contract management and approval of variation orders whilst implementing consequence management, including recouping of funds from defaulting professional service providers. And lastly, Chairperson, if we look at expanding service offerings, we've had to explore new opportunities in and beyond social infrastructure. Indeed, Chairperson, as you can see, much has been done in delivering on these milestones, and consequently, client confidence is on the rise again. A notable reflection of renewed customer confidence in the IDT is on the increase in the business portfolio, as well as the resultant increase in the levels of program expenditure projected in this corporate plan. It is a strong indicator that the IDT is rising again and will soon be self-sustainable. Chairperson, it also indicates that our clients like us believe that the entity has a unique role to play in the delivery of social infrastructure. On the last note, Chairperson and the committee, I would like to commend management on the hard work and commitment that they have shown in turning the organization around. The goals as well as the targets that the IDT is reflected in this annual performance plan re-emphasizes our belief that the IDT remains an important player in the social infrastructure delivery value chain of the state. I will now, Chairperson, hand over to the acting CEO for the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Chair.
I'm not sure if it's my network, but I think the chair got cut. Can I continue?
No, no one was cut. We waiting for you.
Oh, okay. All right. No, I thought you were still continuing. Thank you, Chair. May I please have sharing rights?
You are the co-host, ma'am. I did
Okay.
give you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and members. Deputy Minister of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, Acting DG and the staff from DPWI, colleagues from other entities, good afternoon. I will be presenting the 2023 annual performance report of the IDT. My presentation is structured as follows. I will start with the background, planning assumptions, strategic positioning, alignment with MTSF priorities and outcomes, APP targets and budget, and conclusion. I will go then to the slide on, I will jump the slide. I will then go straight to the environmental context. In terms of the IDT strategic intent, we are informed by the following realities. The state continues to experience alarmingly huge capacity deficit. Let me just move this. Sorry, Chair, I was just structuring my computer with the slides. Thank you, Chair. I will go then to slide number 6. I'm not going to touch on the mission and vision. Slide number 6, which talks to the environmental context, and I was saying the IDT strategic intent is informed by the following realities. The fact that the state continues to experience huge capacity deficit to meet the demand for public infrastructure ensures that the IDT remains relevant. Project overruns, overspending, and lack of integration and alignment of public infrastructure delivery leads to significant losses. And based on this, Chair, the IDT remains a valuable asset of the state for public infrastructure and related service delivery. I will go on the next slide on the IDT operational context. And as the chairperson of the board has just said, the entity's past challenges had an adverse impact on its revenue operation and ability to fund its operating costs. And this has been threatening its going concern status. Although the entity is still experiencing financial sustainability risk, management and the board had come up with interventions to address these challenges. And we have been embarking on client engagements to ensure that we re-engage with our clients. And Chair and committee members, this has been bearing positive results. We have signed additional program portfolio allocations with old and new clients. There have been efforts toward entity transformation and also dealing with challenges with regards to ICT and also with regards to past challenges of human resource capacity. In terms of our planning assumptions, Chair, there are external conditions that we are currently faced with and that we have successfully dealt with. The long-term sustainability and certainty of mandate still remains a challenge, and the board and management are currently dealing with this. The corporate form and identity, Chair, is also another issue that the organization is dealing with. The IDT reconfiguration process is underway, and as the chair has said, the business case was submitted to cabinet. There is a presentation that management needs to do tomorrow with the economic cluster, and this will also be on the IDT reconfiguration process. With regards to the going concern status, the IDT will remain a going concern for the next 3 years. And we have highlighted to the shareholder chair and previously in the portfolio committee meeting that the IDT will still need financial injection for the next coming 2 years until we are able to break even and able to sustain ourselves. With regards to business portfolio, the IDT will attract sufficient value of business portfolio year on year. And we are looking forward to executing the secured business that we will have secured, so that we are ultimately able to break even and generate operating surplus. With regards to internal organizational contents, Chair, there are internal conditions that are necessary for the plan to be successful. And this relates to delivery capacity, which means that the IDT will have to have sufficient capacity and resources to deliver on its mandate. And in the past year, we have increased the number of built and environment professionals to ensure that we are able to deliver on the business that we have. We also need enabling technology, Chair. The IDT will continuously resource itself with appropriate enabling technology. As you will recall that previously the IDT did not have the necessary systems to be able to implement its project, and we were relying on spreadsheets that we would use to monitor our projects. However, we are working on this, and the appointment of a professional service provider that will assist us with the system to enable us to manage our project is underway. In terms of our business processes, the organization's design, structure, and processes are fit for purpose in line with the mandate from the board for us to improve. With regards to the organizational culture, the IDT has developed and implemented an appropriate organizational culture that is client-centric and conducive for excellent results. And this is an ongoing exercise, Chair, to try and improve our organizational culture. With regard to quality of personnel, the IDT is able to attract and retain the right and required skill when necessary, so that we are able to implement our programs. In terms of strategic repositioning, Chair, we have the pillars that we are embodied on, and the pillars that are here are the 3-year strategy pillars. And the first one is building organizational capability fit for purpose. On this one, Chair, we want to transform the entity into an agile organization which respond to customer needs ahead of any competitor. And for us to do this, Chair, we have developed a questionnaire that we annually send to our clients so that they are able to assess and also give us inputs in terms of how we are performing. And we have just now sent that questionnaire to our clients last week. We are awaiting feedback so that we continually improve on our performance and ensure that where we are doing well, we keep doing well, but also address the gaps that our clients would have highlighted on when they assess us. We also refocus and streamline client service offering and develop a portfolio of market segment services and delivery channels which delivers on customers' value proposition. We also want to reconstitute contract management and income stream system and processes. And as you know, Chair, we depend on management fees for us to survive. So our management fee, the way it was structured, it was not supporting the fact that the IDT wants to be financially sustainable. However, with the new contracts that we are signing, Chair, we ensure that we have changed how we contract with our clients so that we are able to then collect on the management fees as agreed in line with the service level agreements. Continuing with the pillars with the 3-year strategy, Chair, we secure the entity's financial sustainability by growing our revenue streams. If you look at our portfolio now, as at the March, we are sitting at 5 billion, 5.5 billion, somewhere there. We will confirm it at the year end. But also for us to ensure that we are financially sustainable, we need to collect our debts and also embark on a cost containment strategy so that as much as we grow our business, we also manage our costs so that we are able to then survive on the management fees that we have collected. And also monitor and adjust costs to sustain long-term viability, but also develop alternative funding models so that we don't depend on the same revenue stream over and over, Chair. And then this slide will talk about the alignment with the medium-term strategic framework priorities and outcomes. I'm not going to touch on this slide, Chair. I think it is self-explanatory. I will take questions on it if there are any questions. I will then go to the APP targets and budget. Our approach to the APP targets, Chair, is that we need to balance the need for long-term sustainability and current capacity challenges so that we are able to ensure delivery on the current work that we have and also on future work that we will then be able to secure with our clients. We will target growth of business portfolio supplemented by commitment to increase delivery capacity, also allocate enough resources to align strategy commitments towards the growth that we want and effective delivery on current obligations. So our targets, Chair, are informed by past performance and also SMART principles in terms of applicable planning standards and guidelines. Outcome 1, Chair, the targets there relates to the quality access to quality social infrastructure. And the targets are as outlined. We target for 23-24 with the greenfield or replacement facilities. We have the number of greenfield replacement infrastructure facilities that we intend to complete, and they are spread along the financial years of 23-24, 24-25, and 25 and 26. For the first year, then it will be 15 greenfield or replacement facilities, outer years 20 and 25. And on non-greenfield, Chair, on facilities completed for the first year will then be 40, the following year 50, and the outer year 70. And on project completed on time, we are targeting 75% of the projects that we will do to be completed on time. And the target spread across the next financial year the same. And then on 25-26, we increase it to 80%. Percentage of projects completed on time, Chair, largely depend on us getting allocation from our clients on time so that we are able to then pay our service providers so that they are also able to complete their projects on time. And this also relates to the next target, which is the projects completed within budget. We are able to complete project within budget as long as we have their funds with us in IDT so that we are able to pay our service providers and they are then able to complete their projects within budget. And also the planning process must be aligned so that the client doesn't come up with variation orders, but also with us in the management of the project, we manage our variations so that the projects are completed within budget. And the target there, Chair, for 23-24 is 80, next year 80, the following year 85, and the outer year 85. Outcome 2, Chair, on a transformed built environment. We are talking about disadvantaged groups and contracts awarded to designated groups is the first target there. We are projecting percentages in terms of the contract value that will be allocated to these designated groups. And for 23-24 will be 30%, 24-25, 40, and the outer year 45. And on program expenditure on this designated groups share, 23-24 will be 30% on the expenditure, and then 24-25, 40%, the outer year 45, and this is based on the total program spent. So these percentages are based on the total program spent. With regards to the contractor development program share for 23-24, we are targeting to have 60 participants, and this participant will be placed on a 3-year program. So we will retain the same number for the 3 years. And once the 3 years is completed, then we go to the next intake of contractors. And out of that, we are saying we will contractors participating in the program, and persons with disability, then it's 2%. Continuing on that, on those targets, Chair, we are saying in terms of the number of construction projects allocated to this participant for the first year, for 23-24, we are saying 20, outer year 25 and 30, and percentage of project award, percentage of construction project awarded to main contractors participating will be 40% for all the years. Percentage of construction projects awarded to youth will be 30%, and then construction awarded to people with disability will be 2%. And then in terms of the number of participants graduating, Chair, for 23-24, we will not have any number. As I said, it's a 3-year program. And then on percentage of women contractors graduating for 23-24, for all the designated groups, Chair, it will be 0 because it's a 3-year program. So for 23-24, they will be going through the training and all of the deliverables within the program. So we will not be having any target on those. And then it will then increment in the next 2 financial years. In terms of work opportunities on outcome 3, Chair, we intend to have a number of construction work opportunities created through the IDT portfolio, 4,367 on 2023-24, 24-25, it will be 4,833, and then it will increase on 25-26 to 5,000. On number of work opportunities created through EPWP, Chair, 23-24, it's 64,000. 24-25, it's 80,000, 25-26, 96,000. If we get additional allocation on EPWP, Chair, then we can be able to increase our job opportunities. On outcome 4, on a compliant and fit for purpose entity, Chair, we are talking about the value of the business that we will generate and how we are going to spend that business. So the first target talks about the value of business generated. However, we have broken it down into 2, which is the value of business portfolio that we have confirmed and secured, and then the value of new business that still need to be generated within that particular financial year. Now, if you add these 2 in 2023-24, it adds up to 7 billion. For 24-25, it adds up to 9 billion. For 25-26, it adds up to 10 billion. Now, out of this target of value of business generated, we are saying out of that, we will be able to spend 72% of that budget, which will then goes to the value of program spent. And initially, Chair, it was 85% in the previous APP, and we took it to 72%. Looking at the challenges that we experienced, that our clients don't normally sign with us at the beginning of the year. So if the business comes in late, Chair, for example, in June, then you will not be able to spend 100% of that business. So we are really trying to manage that risk that most of our clients, they don't give us the budget immediately at the beginning of the financial year. And therefore, because of that, we then struggle to spend the entire budget within that. So we are saying out of the business that we would have then confirmed for that financial year, at least 72% of it will be able to spend. But even though we target 72% share, we strive to at least spend 90% of that business so that for as long as the funds are with IDT and we are able to implement, then we continue to implement. The value of management fee, the ratio that we'll collect, we are saying out of the business that we have and the expenditure, 90% of those management fee must be collected because that will then ensure that we are financially viable and sustainable. We will maintain a vacancy rate of 10% across all the years, and percentage of compliant program invoices paid within 30 days. We will be able to maintain that share for as long as we have the funds in our accounts. So what we have done when we sign with our clients, there's a clause that we put in to say that a percentage of the budget that they're going to give us must be transferred to the IDT, so that at least at any particular point, we have tranches, and when the implementation progresses, we don't struggle with funds to pay our service providers. So in terms of that, if we have funds, we will even pay in less than 30 days, so that our contractors are able to perform on site and they don't have to wait for 30 days for us to pay them. Percentage of compliant overhead invoices, we will also strive to pay them within 30 days. But like I said, we strive to pay earlier. In terms of the budget, I will hand over to the CFO to take us through the budget, Chair and members. CFO.
Thank you, CEO. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, honorable members, and colleagues in the portfolio. So I'll be presenting the budget that supports our strategic plan and our annual targets. What we've got on this particular slide is the determination or calculation of our revenue budget figures. So revenue is based on program expenditure portfolios. So for the 23-24 financial year, which serves as a basis or a baseline to calculate the outer years revenue and operational expenditure amounts, what we've got budgeted for program portfolio projects is 6.7 billion, and it's made up of confirmed program contracts, a standard annual allocation of EPWP budget from DPWI. We've also got a line item called required additional program allocation, which is sitting at 2 billion rand. And it's consistently budgeted for over the outer years as well. So we've also budgeted for a staff complement of 298. I'll unpack that number when I get to the salaries line item and the operational expenditure. So based on our program expenditure portfolio, which is the driver for determining management fees, we've used a 5% average to calculate our management fee. So on the same slide under revenue, you'll note how we unpack the 390 million, which is our revenue budgeted for 23-24. So we derive revenue based on 5% from the confirmed program or project contracts, and then the standard EPWP allocation, which is annual, it's about 8.5%. And then we've got the required additional program allocation of 2 billion. From there, we calculate at 5% a flat revenue rate beginning in April from the beginning of the financial year, and it gives us 100 million. And then it increases from the 25-26 financial year onwards. We've also got what we call cost recoveries. Due to the implementation of the new contracting model, we have included, can I call it, terms and conditions that allow us to actually recover travel expenditure that is related to projects. So we are allowed in terms of the new contracts to recover travel from clients if it's specific to projects, and also relating to legal costs. We can recover legal costs relating to projects where the result of the root cause for the legal expenditure is not line with IDT but more with the client. Then we can basically in terms of the new contracting model, recover that legal expenditure. Then we've also got a provision for other income, which is quite immaterial. We have not provided for grant funding as yet because that determination is done around September, October, when DPWI actually goes through the reprioritization process. So for now, we're sitting on a revenue figure of 390 million. And then I'll talk to operational expenditure. Next slide. Thank you, CEO. Okay, so operational expenditure, we've got a budget of 455 million. It's made up of the main driver being your employee costs. So as I mentioned, we've budgeted for 298 staff members. So that is the ideal staff complement to deliver on the IDT mandate and to ensure an increase in the program expenditure portfolio, meaning in order for us to, while we actually incurring program expenditure that determines management fees, but also to assist us in deriving and generating additional business. So 298 is this ideal staff complement in terms of our plans for the future to make IDT self-sustainable. So currently we've got 229 in terms of staff numbers. We've budgeted to include a further 70, and then we've also incorporated in the 23-24 financial year a 7.5% increase. So the 7.5% increase, for many years, IDT was not subjected to an annual staff increment or annual increase in salaries due to many reasons, one being the fact that we were not quite solvent or self-sustainable as a Schedule 2 entity. So we want to, at this point, try and catch up and align our salaries with the market to attract those registered professionals out there that can assist IDT in its journey towards becoming a reputable, self-sustainable organization. And then for the outer years, starting from 24-25 onwards, we just have incorporated a straight 5% increase in salaries without any provision for additional staff complement or staff members. And then the other items that are derived or calculated based on our employee costs is your staff training at 2%. And then we've also got interns, which we budget for on an annual basis. And we've got that budget allocation. Operational expenditure, we've taken a guidance or directive from a National Treasury in terms of increasing operational expenditure line items by 4.49% in the outer years, using 23-24 financial year as a baseline. Then we've got the restructuring costs. As mentioned, we are going through a restructuring, being assisted by GTEC. So we have, as a precautionary measure, budgeted 5 million for that particular project that is currently underway, which started last year. Then under non-employment costs, we've got the travel for projects. So that's the travel expenditure that hopefully we can set off against those cost recoveries under income as and when it's incurred. And this will actually reduce the deficit that we've budgeted for this year. Then we've got travel for administrative purposes, which is not linked to projects. Then we've got the litigation fees, the 24 million for the current year. It's split between 17 million for projects, 7 million for IDT admin operations. And we're hoping that the 17 million, or at least a portion of that relating to the projects, will be recovered as we've budgeted for under income. And then we've got consultants fees. We use consultants as and when we require specific expertise, for example, maybe during our annual financial year end closure and during the audit process, and for other specific areas. Another line item that is material in terms of the operational expenditure is your facilities. And with facilities, it's made up of, just to name a few, cleaning expenses, courier and postage, electricity and water, maintenance and repairs, and then our occupational health and safety and security items. Those are just examples of what is sitting under facilities. Then we've got a line item for leases, office rental, including rental for parking. We've provisioned there for leasing of our head office premises, and a few regional offices are leasing premises from service providers. Some regions are still occupying DPW offices, and we are to some extent saving in that area. Other operating expenses, which I can just give some insight as to what is sitting under that 47 million. It's items like your catering for meetings, but in particular your governance committee meetings, bank charges, your storage space, your subscriptions, trustees' remunerations, stationery and printing, recruitment fees, just to name a few. And then we've got the centralized costs, which is made up of the telephone, the rental for photocopiers, insurance, software licenses and subscriptions. That's for IT. And the network data, it's also linked back to the IT infrastructure. So after we look at or take into consideration our operational expenditure against the revenue of 390 million, we're sitting on a deficit of 65 million. And then just to note that if you look at the outer years, due to the increase in the program expenditure portfolio, and which results in an increase in the revenue, which then we are able to some extent, to a large extent, fully cover our operational expenditures. We see a downward trend in terms of the deficit before we even look at CapEx items, just taking into account purely your operational expenditures. You'll note that the downward trend kicks in terms of the deficit from 25-26 financial year. So for the 23-24 financial year and the first outer year, which is the 24-25 financial year, we still experience some deficits due to inadequate or insufficient revenue. So to a large extent, we are still dependent on the government grant, which is yet to be determined, as mentioned previously. And then we see ourselves with the increased program expenditure portfolio sitting or budgeted for at about 9 billion. We see ourselves breaking even or generating some sort of a surplus when we look at purely revenue versus your operational expenditures. We can go down. And then just to touch on the CapEx items, I think to a large extent it has been covered by the CEO. We need systems in IDT. Most of the processes are still manual, and with manual intervention, it's always subject to error. So, for example, we need financial information on hand, at hand, and we should be in a position to avail it as and when required by whichever stakeholders need that information. So it shouldn't be a process of collating information and then still submitting it to relevant stakeholders. So we need an HR information system just to assist us in improving and promoting efficiency. Incident management system in IT. Currently, there's no logging, etc. of course. So assistance, you can be forgotten in the process there. Teammate audit software is for our internal audit unit, where they need a audit software tool for their purposes. Project management system is the critical one. We currently, as I said, very manual. So the implementation of a project management system is crucial to ensure that you keep your finger on the pulse with regard to program expenditure status and the status of projects, so that it can assist the financial reporting as well. Furniture for our new head office is also included. And then for finance, we've identified that with the implementation of the new project management system, we would need to integrate our finance systems to the project management system. We don't want to go back to having two systems that are not talking to each other, where we would need to manually extract from one system and then start calculating on Excel. No, we want information to pull from project management system and vice versa in order to have information at hand. And then IT and other equipment is for new staff that we've budgeted for in terms of laptops, etc. So after we look at a CapEx, we're sitting on a deficit for 23-24 of 81 million, just under 82 million. And then, as I mentioned earlier, you can see the downward trend in terms of that deficit. And then 25-26, we break even, and we've even budgeted for a profit there of 22 million. And the last line item is talking to required additional critical mass projects to break even. So noting that in the 23-24 financial year, our program portfolio is to some extent, if I may use the word, insufficient in order for us to generate adequate revenue to cover OPEX and CAPEX to either break even or generate a surplus. So we need to increase our program portfolio by 1.6 billion in order for us to see the results that we're seeing projected for 25-26 financial year. So if we could get an additional 1.6 billion in the 23-24 financial year, then we could see that 81 million deficit going away and us actually breaking even or generating a profit so that we do not continue being a burden on the DPWI in terms of grant funding. We do note we are a Schedule 2 entity. We want to be self-sustainable, and the only way we can be self-sustainable is by attracting more business and increasing our program portfolio and thereby generating more revenue to cover our operational and capital expenditures. We can go down. I've touched on this already. We can go down. I think I've covered this as well. And yeah, I think I'm done, CEO. Thank you, Honorable Chair and committee members.
Thank you, Chair. This brings us to the end of our presentation, but I just want to emphasize the last slides that the CFO has presented. Chair, I think the picture is not as gloomy as it was before. It does show that the IDT has the ability to financially sustain itself. What we are looking for is additional portfolio for us to break even, but also be able to generate more management fees to ensure that we are financially sustainable. So if you look at the last slide and the last points that the CFO has made, our deficit is getting less and less with the additional business portfolio. So it is encouraging that the IDT ultimately will be able to sustain itself. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, CEO. Thank you, CFO. Thank you, Chairperson of the entity. I now invite honorable members to deliberate on this report. Honorable Graham, Honorable Hicklin, in that order.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to put my camera on if that's okay. I'm just worried about my bandwidth of my data. Thank you very much for the presentation, and certainly based on the presentation, things look very good. I'm just a little bit concerned about a few things. You speak on slide 14 about alternative funding models. I just wanted to know, I mean, have you actually explored these, or are you just listing them as an idea? And if you have explored them, have any of these already begun? Have you implemented any of these? Have you got any ideas of where you're going to start? You spoke about the new staff. I see there's been a massive jump in staff. From what I recall, I think we only had about 110 staff in the past. We're now on 229 with a projected 70 additional members. That's obviously not allowing for a 10% what's the word, vacancy rate. My question is that in the intro, you speak about the need to employ built environment professionals, which is why you are increasing your staff to that extent. So what I wanted to know is how many of the people that you've recruited are actually built environment professionals and how many are not? In other words, is that really primarily the reason for the increase in the number of staff? And how does that speak to your cost containment? On slide 19, you speak about the targets for the completion of projects, 75% within time and 80% within budget. My question then is, does your budget allow for the cost implications of the other 15 and the other 25 and 20% where you're not meeting those and there are invariably costs associated with that? Have you budgeted anything with respect to that as a sort of contingency? I also want to know why you would have graduates in year 2 on a 3-year program. You can't have graduates in year 1. You can't ostensibly have graduates in year 2, so your graduates would only be in year 3. Then on slide 23, there's just an issue with that slide. The 3 zeros at the top of the columns is missing. So it looks as though those are millions when in fact you are speaking of billions. And you also speak about the going concern status that is in existence for the next 3 years. But you can't be a going concern if you're running at an 82 million rand deficit, to my way of thinking, but nonetheless. Slide 25, I've spoken about. You speak about an additional DPWI injection of 2 billion rand in terms of your revenue. We've looked at the DPWI APP and there's no allocation whatsoever in their APP for IDT. Now, I don't know if your additional 2 billion falls under an EPWP program or whatever, but there's nothing reflected in the DPWI APP whatsoever that indicates that there's any funding available at this stage for IDT. I know that the CFO did say that, you know, during the adjustments process or when DPWI relooks at the budget, that's when they make the allocations. But I mean, surely you can't be budgeting. I mean, in local government, you can't budget for a deficit. And here we're budgeting for an 82 million rand deficit in the hope that there will be other stuff coming your way that hasn't been budgeted for by the people that are ostensibly supposed to be paying for it. You mentioned the restructuring costs, so that is underway. The litigation fees, I mean, 24 million is massive. That's a huge amount of money. I missed what the CFO said on that. I just wanted to know, are those projected based on past, or are there current matters that still have to be completed in terms of that 24 million rand budgeted for? And then leases. Oh, leases. So the CFO mentioned that the lease amount of 21 million is for regional and head office. Now, the last question I asked the minister was an oral question at the end of last year, in which it was said that the board had stopped the lease procurement and that this was not going to proceed because there were irregularities with respect to that lease. Can I then confirm that the lease is going ahead, and what is happening with respect to the building, and why, if you're running at a 65 million rand deficit in terms of operating expenditure, would you now go and incur lease costs when you are in a building that you already own and doesn't cost anything other than ongoing maintenance? And the excuse given in the past was that the building wasn't in a good state, etc., etc. However, I'm quite sure that it would cost a lot less to fix the building than it will to go and lease another building. So I think those are my questions at this stage, Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Chair, can I go?
Yes, Honourable Flynn, please.
Thank you so much. With regards to the IDT and EBSA, with many of the projects that are being managed for the DPWI, it seems to be there's a little bit of a conflict of interests within the DPWI, if you'd like to comment on that. And latching on to what Honourable Graham Araya said about the 24 million rand enormous amount of money that's being set aside for litigation, we know that there was a considerable contractual issue that staff had that went to the CCMA, where the CCMA found in favour of the staff, and the IDT is challenging this. Is part of the 24 million rand that you are now putting into this litigation arena, is this because you are challenging that and now the IDT is taking these findings to a labour court? And has the IDT decided to abide by the CCMA findings, or will this large cash reserve be used to deal with those future litigations? I'm looking also at, again, as Honourable Graham Araya said, where do you find the additional funding? Because there is no allocation within the DPWI for the IDT in the and then that was more or less what I wanted to touch on. It was just the litigation issue. I'll leave it there. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Hicklin. I think in the absence of heads, let me come in.
Honorable Mjobo, Chair.
Oh, Honorable Jabokalele, you can't raise the head in the device. Okay, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, honorable members and our DM and acting DG and acting CEO. Good afternoon and welcome the presentation by the IDT. Just one item, Chair. On the screen in front of me, there is no allocation for 2023, 2024 for women and youth. There is 0%. The CIDB constructors graduated. There is no percentage. Just one clarity on that one, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Mjobo. On my side, in terms of the report presented, let me again, just like Agrement SA, appreciate that an entity which was on its last days and to be closed down, as this portfolio committee, we stood up and fought for it. And why we fought for it, especially with the new board, acting CEO, you managed to turn this entity around. I think it was within a space of 8 months when we saw the results. That one, I think it will always be something that as the portfolio committee would always be proud of. Your report shows exactly what we raised with the department, that there is no allocation from the department. And even now, the CFO clearly indicated that for you to break even, the departments need to allocate some money to this entity. There's something that was said by the CFO of the department saying that because there is a process that has not yet been finalized. So I don't think it is fair, and I'm happy that the department is here. I don't think that it is fair for an entity that we can see clearly it is working, that the department is not allocating money to it. Two, we have raised this issue several times. And even now on the rebuilding of the parliament, the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, it uses other implementing agencies. It would use DPSA, which we have seen it as this portfolio committee as a failure in terms of the telecom towers. It would use KUHA, all other entities. But when it comes to its own entity, the department is not. Is this all of the members, Honorable Trink, I don't know, we were meeting with Treasurer at the time, Honorable Hicklin, Honorable Graham, several times. Why is the department not using its own entity so that it can generate funds? It can be easily for it not to ask for grant or allocation from the department, but the department is not doing that. I don't know whether the department is on a plan to ensure that this IDT, as much as it is trying to stand on its feet, it doesn't really do that. I really don't understand. Not giving them business, and again, not even giving them the allocation which they have indicated that for them to break even, they would need this allocation. I also have a a question on some of the line items that have been presented here. I wrote it down. Let me check. I think it's what? Oh God. Can you take it to the next slide? Come the slide before this one. But I want those slides, the one that talks to figures. This thing of writing in a computer when you are someone who was born before this time, I think it's.
Chair, could I assist? I think it's. Do you need the budgetary information, Chair?
Yeah, it's in the budgetary information.
So not with the outcomes.
Yeah.
They must go down.
Yeah. No, it's slide 27. The project management systems. If you can explain on that one exactly, what are we looking at? What is it that would cost so much? I just wanted to, yeah, I had noted that one. Thank you. Over to you, Chairperson, CEO and CFO.
Thank you, Chair. I will start and then I will hand over to my team. On the first question by Honorable Graham Murray on the alternative funding explored, yes, Honorable Member, we are looking at alternative funding to ensure that at least we diversify our portfolio and not only look at infrastructure in terms of the programs that we are doing, so that we also have a bigger leg on the social development part. There are some funders that we are talking to, looking at how they can assist government in implementing some of the programs where there is a shortfall from government. Yes, we have had several meetings with them, but we have not signed yet. So the answer to your question is yes, we are exploring, and there are some donor funders that we are talking to in terms of looking at diversifying our revenue stream. And then on the issue of the graduates, with regards to the 3-year program that you were referring to, yes, the CDP program is a 3-year program, and they will graduate after 3 years. Maybe it's the language that we need to correct there, but the purpose of what we want to achieve is that after year 1, they need to then year 2 be able to move from one grading to the next. If they are at grade 3, the following year they should be at grade 4. If they are at grade 4, the following year they should be at grade 5. That's what we want. We mean there. Maybe we just need to correct the language, but they will graduate after 3 years because the program is a 3-year program. On the issue of why we put that allocation of 2 billion in the on DPWI when they have not allocated us. Honorable Chair, the IDT, like any other entity, we sign a shareholders compact with the shareholder. And in terms of the shareholders compact that we have signed, it includes in one of the responsibilities of the shareholder, it includes that the DPWI will then allocate the 2 billion to us. So it's part of the obligation that is there in our shareholders compact as part of the responsibility that the shareholder needs to honor, Chair. And that's why we are including it. We are looking at other portfolios, other clients, but the shareholders compact is clear on this item, Chair, that DPWI needs to allocate 2 billion, and that's why we're including it. On the issue of the lease, Chair, when the board was appointed, there was a report that was done by management highlighting the state of the building that the IDT owns. And because for a number of years, the building has not been maintained, the cost of maintaining the building was very high. And as it is now, it is not compliant in terms of the OHS and other compliance regulations. And with the state of the IDT where it is, the IDT does not even have funds to maintain. So the board at that time took a resolution that because there is no money and the lives of the employees are at risk, there are cracks, the basement is flooding, it's a whole range of issues, Chair. And there was a report to that effect. The board then at that time took a resolution that they rather sell the building because they don't have money to maintain it, and they won't have money in the subsequent years to maintain it. And therefore took a resolution that management must then look at alternative office accommodation. And that's when the issue of the lease came. Now, management went on that process based on the resolution that was passed. However, looking at how much it will cost for the IDT to lease the building, then the board said the process should not continue, and then other alternatives maybe be looked into. And the lease process then was not approved. In terms of the CCMA cases and litigation, the budget it's a projection. It includes both the labor relations cases and the litigation processes that we embarked on when we implement our projects. Chair, we are supposed to claim back the legal cost when we experience litigation as a result of the clients not paying us or not approving what we would have put on the table in terms of implementing their projects. So we would normally pay the litigation fees and then claim it from the departments, but we need to have money at that particular point where there's a litigation, because the clients do not give us money for that. And then once we have dealt with the case, then we claim from the department. However, the litigation cost is not only on the labor relations cases. The CCMA case that Honorable Hickling is referred to, Chair, is with regards to the contracts that ended in September on or employees who were not professionally registered, because now, as we have highlighted, we are professionalizing the entity. There were about 3 or 4 cases, and the IDT then won the other 3 cases, except for one where we feel that the commissioner erred in his finding, because his award was that we dismissed them, and that was not true. We did not dismiss them, the contracts ended, and they took our case to CCMA. But on the other contracts in the other regions where the contracts ended and the employees took the matter to CCMA, the decision of the organization was upheld to say the contracts came to an end, and therefore the employer did not dismiss. So we are taking that particular case to Labour Court, Chair, because we feel that the commissioner erred on that one. Why would the other commissioners in other provinces uphold that decision? And Chair, in line with professionalizing the organization, we needed to end those contracts, and so that we are able to appoint a professionally registered employees, and that has created confidence also in our clients to say that at least their programs are run by people who are properly qualified to be able to implement their projects. Maybe let me hand over to my colleagues for other questions. I will come in if I have left out anything, Chair. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, CEO. Let me answer the one regarding the budgeted deficit. So we have budgeted for a deficit this year, but in light of what has been mentioned, we are an entity that is resuscitating itself, and that journey towards becoming self-sustainable, it doesn't happen overnight. It's a process, and to re-attract business projects and regain confidence from clients, it is a process in itself. So hence we are only in a position to actually break even in 25-26 in light of the challenges facing the entity. So it is quite a journey, and we are finding our way towards that self-sustainability level. So With regard to the going concern issue, it would become an audit issue as well if we are not a going concern, but we do get a guarantee from DPWI on an annual basis. So it's one of the requirements from the AGSA to say that if our numbers are indicating deficits and we're budgeting for deficits, how do we meet the going concern criteria or concept? So then we usually enter into discussions with DPWI to assist us in putting forward a letter of, can I call it guarantee, where the department indicates that they will assist us with grant funding. And that usually takes place, as I mentioned, around September after 6 months when they identify savings, etc. Yes, yeah, funny enough, yes, it is said in the PFMA that we cannot budget for a deficit. But with IDT, we've been budgeting for a deficit for, I think, at least over 6 years now. And it is a strange concept because usually Treasury does not accept a budget deficit. You must always be able to demonstrate the ability of the organization to produce a surplus, even if it is a minimal one. So I welcome the comments or the suggestions to say there must be, as part of the E&E or MTF process, that allocation from DPWI regarding grant funding to IDT that is part of the E&E process and included in the E&E budget that is finally approved by Treasury, so that when we table or present such budgets like the one we're tabling today, we can factor in that grant allocation, so that we do not have a budget deficit reflecting like what is reflected now. It gives the wrong impression per se, because ultimately there is that letter of guarantee that we got from the department that talks to funding our declining budget, our declining deficit. And indeed it is declining, and we are 2 years away from breaking even. So yeah, best practice is that that grant allocation should be part of the E&E, so that we factor it in to these presentations, so that we do not reflect a deficit, because it doesn't look good with that deficit, because we're unsure at this point of how much we will be getting from the department. So hence that grant funding line item has got zero, because there's no allocation in the E&E from DPWI. So yeah, so I think I wanted to comment on that. And also on the recent CCMA award that we are appealing. Yeah, so we haven't budgeted for that as part of litigation fees that we've already utilized or are utilizing our funds emanating from this financial year that ends in March. We've already given security to that effect for over, I think it's about 5 million. So we have funds to cover that. It's not part of the 23-24 budget or even outer years for that matter. So I think those are the questions that required my input. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chairperson, CEO, and all other members who are in. I'll just touch on the question that relates to the jump in staff from at a one time of about 190 to where we are right now, and where we also envisaging to go. Just putting it into context in relation to the history of the IDT in the last 3 years. You then had a situation where a lot of employees had actually left. And when you rebuild the organization, one, you have to also concentrate on your governance structures, that they are all in order. There is somebody who would assist. The finance division did not have anyone else that could actually do or assist in relation to the work that needs to be done for the IDT to be where it's supposed to be and where it is now. And also you look at there's regions, certain regions did not necessarily have anyone else in relation to that. On top of that, what then happened, as the CEO had already mentioned, was the issue of recruiting the professionally registered individuals. This is all these factors combined are actually the ones that contributed to the staff jump that was from 190 to the other one. But I think also caution must be set here that it is not positions that are not in the structure. It is just that positions were in the structure and they were budgeted for. However, they were left vacant because the employees had left. And in order to get the IDT going in terms of where it's supposed to be, those positions needed to be filled. In the next future, in the near future, where where we have budgeted for the additional, those are also critical positions that are really, really critical for the running of the IDT. And those also include your built environment, because focus is more really on appointing people that are actually in terms of the built environment. And I think I just needed to clarify in relation to that one, Chair, in where we are going. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Thanks, Chair. I hope we have covered all the questions. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Acting CEO. Thank you, Chair. I think you did manage to assure us, and as the members, we are also seeing some of the changes that have been made, and we know where IDT is coming from, and some of the issues that are going to be raised and that are raised by SARS, they may be at the time that we are not even part of the institution at the time, but we appreciate the work that you are doing. So keep on doing the good work, but we hope, in fact, we're not hoping, we're informing the department, please allocate the funds that are supposed to be allocated to IDT. Department, please give work to IDT. I'm not going to say give it to this particular work, that is your business. We are not going to interfere with that. But this is an entity that is trying to turn around. And as such, it needs your full support for it to be fully fledged, self-sustainable. It can do that as we look at the reports and that it is constantly giving us, but without your support, we will have IDT going back to where we found it, straight on its knees, about to die. So we are appealing, because the reason we all stood up for IDT is because we knew that before IDT came to where it was, in those years, 2018, 2019, IDT previously was once an entity that was so good. So please do that, department, do that to this entity. Use these entities that you have in this department optimally, so that they can also realize their potential. Any other issue, honorable members, or we invite CIBD now? It is the last presentation, honorable members. CIBD.
Good afternoon, Chair.
Yes.
This is Susan Bulon. I'm the Deputy Chairperson for the CIDB.
Yes, Deputy Chair. I heard that the Chair has a challenge.
Yes.
You are welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, members of the committee and the representatives from the department. As I've mentioned, my name is Susan Bulon. I'm the Deputy Chairperson standing in for the Chairperson of the CIDB board. Chair, on behalf of the board, I want to take this opportunity to thank the committee for this opportunity to present our IPP today. Chair, I have to apologize for the chairperson, Mr. Nzo, as well as the CEO, Mr. Ndladla. The CIDB is currently embarking on roadshows or stakeholder engagement sessions with the contractors and the clients throughout the country, and therefore both Mr. Nzo and Mr. Ndladla is attending one of these sessions in a province. Madam Chair, today we're going to present the IPP, and if you look at the document that will be presented today, you will see that in Q3, the CIDB achieved 89% of the targets. There are 15 targets to be delivered for the year. For the Q3, there are 9 targets, which 8 targets have been achieved. Madam Chair, just to give
Sorry,
you
there was someone who is not on mute. Can everybody who is not speaking, please remain on mute?
Hicklin, I think it is the person named Ibrahim. Ibrahim, oh.
Apologies, apologies, I'm muted.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, Chair. Yeah, I think that might be my mistake. Chair, with me today, I have some of the officials from the CIDB. One of them is Mr. Ibrahim. He is the Director Continuous Improvement. I have the COO, Tombi Nyaga. She's available today. The CFO is Sifiso Nzabandi. He will do the presentation to the committee today. And I have Mulaifa Mtoro, the Director for Strategic Planning. So those are the representatives from the CIDB I have with me today, Chair. Sorry, I should have introduced them first. I apologize for that. Chair, before I hand over to Mr. Nzabandi, the CFO, I just want to give you just a few points that he will obviously elaborate on today. As I said, we achieved about 89%. And then the area that was not achieved relates to the number of grade 1 to 6 contractors provided with contractor development support. So, Chair, that is one of our targets that still needs to be achieved. Most contractors attended sessions in the previous quarter with lower attendance in the quarter ending in December 2022. So that is the reason for non-achievement. Chair, then the CIDB continues to engage key stakeholders to improve compliance with the CIDB register of projects, as well as the BUILD program. Overall, the public sector compliance ratio with the requirements for the award of tenders vary typically from 16% to 40%, and I'm sure that will be elaborated on a little bit later by the CFO. So the highest ratio of compliance currently with BUILD are the provincial and national departments. Chair, as I said, the BUILD program is one of the areas that we still need to pay attention to, that we are currently busy with that. The council did take a decision on the BUILD program as well. Chair, just for information purposes, we have a national stakeholders forum. In terms of the Act, we should create a national stakeholders forum. So that forum is existing. I think the term ends in a month or 2 from now. So we have made available advertisement inviting stakeholders, clients, contractors to nominate people to serve on the NSF. Usually the forum sits or the meeting takes place in December. Unfortunately, in December 2022, that specific meeting was postponed to the 16th of March, and then we could not have the meeting. And that meeting is postponed until tomorrow. So the new minister will meet with the NSF tomorrow together with the board. I think those are just a few introductory remarks from my side. Chair, if I may, with your permission, hand over to the CFO just to make the presentation to the committee on behalf of the CIDB.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Can our team give hosting rights to the officials of CIBD? I can see that the hand is up, Honorable Hicklin.
Chair, yes, I was just going to ask if we could try and cut out as much non-essential information as possible, because both Honourable Graham and myself have to leave almost within an hour, and we really need to get as many questions in as we can in that prior to that hour.
Okay, thank you. So in your presentation, CFO, please don't give us the mission statement. We know them. Please go straight to the point.
Thank you, Chair. Can I be given the presentation right?
You are Mr. Nzibande?
Yes, you are.
You do have the hosting rights?
From my side? Can I ask that the rights be shared with Mr. Muller, please?
Who else? CFO? Who do you want
to be given to Ibrahim Muller?
Oh, okay. Love, can you share the hosting rights to Ibrahim? Yeah. Mr. Ibrahim, you do have the hosting rights now. Can you then assist CFO such? As much as we have the presentations on our side. Yeah. Good.
Thank you. Minister of Public Works. Also greeting to the chairperson of the portfolio committee, as well greeting to the members of the portfolio committee, greeting to our deputy chairperson, Professor Bullion, who is joining us here today, and of course, is it clear now?
Not yet.
Not clear.
It could be that there are two devices close to one another that's on.
Yeah, is it better now, honorable member?
Sounds better.
Okay. Thank you for that. Greeting to our board member,
No.
You're sitting there too close together.
Is it much better now? Honorable members, is it better?
Yeah.
Not better.
Can you start again?
Can you hear me now?
No, no, no change.
It sounds as if you have two devices going in your office. Whether you are sitting near the person who is sharing the screen, they're in the exact same vicinity, so it's bouncing off your machine.
Chair, we were in the same boardroom, so I think let me just move to another boardroom.
You sounded clear then.
No, thank you so much. Moving to the next boardroom, and if I can continue, members. Also greeting to our board member Karabo Siila, and of course the PG of the acting PG of Public Works, the executive of Public Works, the executive of other entities, and of course the CIDB executives and colleagues. I think as indicated by the member that we need to just focus on the key issues pertaining to the CIDB. I think we'll just go straight to the outcome that the CIDB is focusing with this.
Sorry, Mr. Nsibande. Honorable members, we do have this presentation, or maybe the challenge is that we can multitask, and as some honorable members are on the way to operate, that is why. Because now there is this echo because they are in the same office. Or are you fine with the echo? Honorable members?
Shocking, Chair.
Yeah, they are. The challenge is that they're in the same office, or
Chair,
CFO, can you look in your computer, or Mr. Ibrahim sit in another office and then use the slides? He will tell you which slide are using, whether you communicate using phones, whatever, but you can't be in the same room. There is serious echo.
Okay, let me try to use Ibrahim's laptop, Chair.
Try from here. Right.
And Mr. Ibrahim, please switch off your mute your mic.
Yes, I'm just trying to connect. I'm just trying to connect the CFO. So you'll just confirm if you can see my, can you see my screen?
We can see the screen.
Okay, that's fine. Then there may have been something wrong with the CFO's computer. He's gonna then swap over to my computer and he'll just present. We're not in the same room. So he can proceed and he will make the presentation. So CFO, you may proceed.
Thank you so much. Do I sound better, members?
Yes, you are fine now.
Thank you, Chair. I think in terms of the presentation, we would just zoom into our outcome that we as a CIDB we envisage and that we want to achieve in terms of our SP and APP. The first one, Chair, that we're going to be focusing on is the transformation. Within transformation, Chair, we've broken down our output and outcome into three aspects. The first one is, which is 1.1, is increasing of the Black ownership and participation within the sector, and 1.2, Chair, is increasing of women ownership and participation. When we talk about participation, we're referring them playing a significant role within the construction industry value chain. And then, of course, the 1.3 is our focusing on the youth and ownership participation. Within the Black ownership chair, which is 1.1.1, we the CIDB, our vision is just to ensure that the sort of the demographic in terms of the ownership in terms of the companies that are within our CIDB, primarily from grade 7 to grade 9, where we are envisaging that at least 75% of the companies registered with us must be within or owned by people defined in some of the act as blacks. Then, of course, within 1.12, we also do believe, Chair, that in terms of this particular aspect of it, yes, we can have them registered, but they also need to make sure that they also have an opportunity to ensure that when there is sort of an allocation of work, they also do get a sort of a significant portion of the work allocated. Our target, Chair, for that particular aspect, which is ensuring that there's a access to work by Black-owned contractor enterprises, is 70%. Then, of course, if you're looking at the 1.2, Chair, which is focusing on women ownership and participation, we want to make sure that in terms of the register of CIDB, from grade 2 to 9, when you look at those particular companies, they reflect as well the gender parities, Chair, where 40% of those companies must be owned by women, and 1.2 Chair, which is also linking to ensuring that there's sort of a holistic empowerment. We also want to ensure that at least half of the work in terms of the Black communities is provided to those Black female-owned women, where about 35% of the budget, Chair, is allocated to those women, or work of about 35% is provided to women-owned enterprises. And then we do believe that, Chair, there's also a serious requirement and need for the youth of this country to become very active now within the economical aspect of the construction or any economical issues of the country. And we're also believing that there should be participation as well. And we think with that, at least 35% of the youth of our register must reflect the youth. Then we're moving to two of our outcomes, which speaks directly to the developed industry, where, Chair, under 1.3, we intend to ensure that there's sort of a development in terms of our contractors. And by development, Chair, we want to ensure that there's sort of a high capacitation and our enterprises, Chair, are able to do the work and are able to actually be sustainable insofar as work that's being done. So under 1.31, Chair, we are aiming to ensure that about 50% of the women on our register are able to move up and the grade. And of course, that will also speak directly to them getting the jobs, and of course, being able to access the work opportunities, Chair. Under 1.32, Chair, we are hoping to ensure that the Black-owned contractors, Chair, are also moving up the grades, which of course directly speak to us access to work. And we hope about 60% of those companies, Chair, will also be upgrading, Chair. Under outcome number 3, which is ethical and performance-driven industry, Chair, we have also three targets that we have. One is performance-driven client, and when we're talking about performance-driven client, we're also talking about measuring of the municipality infrastructure budget spend. And we do believe that, Chair, if we're able to push our municipalities to spend at least 90% of their budget, they will also be able to actually assist us in ensuring that, one, there's a proper service delivery, and two, also those companies that we've identified in our transformation and developed industry are getting the work and are able to actually upgrade, Chair, and move up along our grades. We also, Chair, want to reduce non-compliant and fraud. And I think, Chair, in terms of that particular, which is 1.51, Chair, we want to ensure that in terms of the number of compliance cases reported per annum, they are improved. And Chair, we want to ensure, and when we talk about non-compliant, Chair, we want to be strict to both the contractors, and also be very bold in dealing with our clients as well. So we want to at least share to achieve about to report about at least 36 cases that must be reported and finalized share. Under ethical and performance driven CIDB chair, we are hoping and putting all the efforts chair in ensuring that we are able to achieve a good audit outcome, and our forecast chair is achieving a clean audit report chair. If we then now going to look at our updated situation analysis in terms of the CIDB chair, just to give you a background of the number that's in front of us, Chair. If you're looking at share at the that's in front of us for black ownership as well as women ownership, Chair, currently in our register, if you're looking at the black ownership chair, if you're looking is currently sitting at about 89%. Then if you're looking at the number of women ownership insofar as the CIDB register, Chair, you recall that our target is about 40%. And if you're looking at currently, it's sitting at about 34%. So we have a little bit of room to move within the space of women ownership, where we are still 6% down than our target, whilst within the black ownership, where we're targeting about 90%, we currently have 89%, where I think it's a target that is achievable within our range. Within the women chair, if we have to then look at the ratings and how the women-owned companies placed within our grading chair, with 19% chair sitting at grade 9, then 7 to 8 chair, it's about 25%. And then if you're looking at 5 and 6 chair, it's about 31%, and then the 2 to 4 is 37% chair. Then if you're looking at black ownership chair, 92% share is sitting at being 2 to 4. Then 88% share, it's 5 and 6. Then 7 and 8 is currently sitting at 81%. And grade 9 share is about 53%. And then the indication is that share, the higher you go within our grading share, the number of transformational numbers tend to decrease, and that's what share we intend to help and address share. And I think, Chair, it's also critical that we also mention that among other issues is the issue of access to work, which I think we will be alluding to when we do a presentation on the budget spent by clients as well as municipalities, Chair. Okay, Chair, I think the issue which I think was alluding to, Chair, which speaks to the access to work by black and women contractors as quarter two 2022, Chair. I think the numbers are there, Chair. If you're looking at within grade 9, Chair, about 10% of the work opportunities that was available, Chair, were awarded to black owned companies, and 4%, Chair, only was awarded to women-owned companies, Chair. And it's something that definitely, Chair, we intend to address, and we do believe it's not reflecting a good story for the country. And at 7 and 8, Chair, 21% share was awarded to black-owned companies. And then, of course, at grade for women-owned companies, only 6%. Then in 5 and 6, Chair, 42% share was awarded to black-owned companies, which at least, Chair, is giving a sort of a much better picture. And on 12% share was awarded to women-owned companies. Then 2 to 4, Chair, 44% share was awarded to black-owned companies, and 24% share was awarded to female-owned companies. So in overall, Chair, about 29% of the work opportunities was awarded to black companies, whilst 12% only was made available to women-owned companies. And I think, Chair, as indicated, we do mention that I think part of the transformation, access to work opportunities for black companies is concerning, and then it does seriously affect transformation, because you recall that for these companies to be able to create, they must demonstrate capabilities, Chair, and they can only demonstrate capabilities, Chair, if they are able to indicate that they've done the work and they have the necessary required and skills to move up the grade. And within the black-owned companies, which is 51 and more, Chair, only about 29%, as indicated, was given to them, and 12% was awarded to women-owned companies, Chair. And those are the targets that, Chair, among our strategy, we intend to address and improve on, Chair. Then I think one of the issues that we have highlighted is the fact that the availability of work and how much work is able to move around or go around the sector, Chair, is of concern. And I think if we're looking at the spend by primarily at this point in time, focusing within the control of the state, we have noted, Chair, that in terms of the budget spend, they tend to be could be issue of skill or issue of maybe competency at most. They tend to be underspending insofar as the construction budget is concerned, Chair. In this regard, Chair, if you're looking at the overall infrastructure spending for the public sector, Chair, for the period ending 2020-21, the budget was about 250 billion, Chair, but only about 183 billion was spent, Chair. And then, of course, that gives about 73% of the budget being spent. And it means that about 27% of the budget was not spent in that regard, Chair. So it means that the work that could have assisted these entities, actually the government did not dispose of. So it's a concern in that space. So if you're looking at the serious issues of underspend, where they're coming from, Chair, we have noted, Chair, that within the public entities, Chair, there's tend to be a huge significant underspending, Chair, where if you're looking at the budget of about 18 billion, they only spend about almost 9 billion, Chair, giving about 50% spend of that particular budget, where that does indicate that there might be a serious need for CIDB to intervene in that space, maybe through capacitation or through ensuring that at least there's sort of a good understanding of the budget spend by relevant SM officials as well as the relevant project managers, Chair, in that aspect. And then within state-owned entities, Chair, as well, which are the big companies like your Sanbal, your ESCOM, Chair, we also do note that about 35% of the budget is not spent, while they spend about only 65% of the budget, Chair. Municipality, Chair, we also do note that at least there's sort of an improvement in that aspect. If you have to compare to the previous years, where they will have pretty much have a huge underspending within municipalities. I think the intervention that the CIDB have done within the space of doing capacitation, meeting with all the relevant procurement managers within the municipalities, and actually taking them through the infrastructure procurement have yielded results, Chair. Currently, Chair, their spend is sitting at Chair around 80%. They will have a budget of about 30% of their total budget, and then they're able to spend about 80% of the budget, Chair. Provincial department, Chair, as well, they're also doing fairly okay, and we do have a sort of a good relationship with most departments in that aspect, Chair, including Western Cape, where I think there's good interaction in that aspect. They are spending about 82%, which does indicate that at least there's a sort of a good capacitation within the procurement as well as the end user point of view in that aspect. National Department, Chair, we have seen sort of a steady spend as well. Of course, we are not entirely happy with the allocation of infrastructure within the National Department, where currently for all National Department is around 15 billion, Chair. And we do believe that that numbers can be better, primarily if you're looking at the issues of service delivery that is facing the country. So, but currently they're spending about 73% share of their budget. And then, of course, when you're looking at the public-private partnership, which we do believe that that those entities, that structure share, which is well organized and, of course, comes with a very highly technical individuals, is doing very well, spending almost about 89% share of the budget, and we do know that we do support them from the sector through the ISA as well as the tech intervention here. So overall, Chair, we are underspending about 27% of our budget, Chair, which we believe that if that will be rolled, will actually in service delivery, Chair, and of course, helping CIDB on its issues of transformation. Chair, also one of the things that we are also intending to improve on, Chair, is primarily aligned to our the build program, is the improvement of the construction compliance with our register of projects, which are where CIDB want to ensure that from the end to end, all the records of the procurement that is done for now by all the department, as well as the municipalities, the national department, state-owned entities, district municipalities, and local municipalities, is registered to the CIDB for that at least as a country, when we do measure work allocation and work participation, we have holistic data. And of course, when you want to be able to see who is getting the work within the public sector, we should be able to have that information. It's what we intend to address. Currently, Chair, the compliance is very low, and I think that we need to improve on, Chair. It's currently sitting at about 28%. And I think if you're looking at the district municipalities, Chair, those tend to be our biggest culprits, Chair. In that, if you're looking at the number of projects that they've issued, which is about 483, they were only registered about 89, and about 400 or so were not registered. Then closely to that, Chair, there's sort of still a significant requirement within the municipality space, where the local municipality space, Chair, where about 23% was only registered, which represent about only 619 being registered, and then of course 2,000 or so not registered of the project, Chair. And of course within a state-owned entities as well, Chair, we're also having issues in that aspect, because only 30% was registered, Chair, where about 622 was registered, and almost 1.5 was not registered. National department, as indicated, Chair, I think the number of projects that are going around within the national department, in comparison to the all other sectors of the state, is still a bit low. And I think we do believe that if from the planning perspective, that can be improved to address the issues of service delivery. With about 524, Chair, projects, only 180 were registered with the CIDB, and 344 was not registered, giving about 34%, Chair. And Chair, I think the other numbers which relate to the metros and the municipality entities, Chair, are there as well. But there is sort of a serious requirement as a country that we need to be able to have this data, so that at least when we address issues of transformation, and as well as issues of pertaining to how do we put intervention into the procurement, we should be able to have them. The next. I think in terms of the APP, Chair, our areas of focus will be as follows, Chair, for 2023-24. The first one will be ensuring that there's sort of an improvement of we are now putting a target on, which is a new target, Chair. We are putting a target on how CIDB is responding to audit issues that have been raised by both the Auditor-General as well as the internal auditors, because, Chair, we know that if you only focus on issues of national issues, or if you only focus on EG and not focus on your internal audits, you might also miss issues of control. So, okay, we are also making sure that we combine those. We intend to ensure that of all the issues that have been raised, about 70% share of those issues are addressed within a particular financial year. And I think the reason why, Chair, we are not aiming for 100% is because we do know that certain findings might come with cost implications that we might need to be actually invest on. Primarily, if you're looking at the issues of ICT, where there might be a requirement that CIDB must invest in certain ICT infrastructure. For example, if they say that the server room is non-compliant and you need to then build up a new server room from financial feasibility, you might need to take that into account. Another new one, Chair, is making sure that in terms of how the CIDB board is measured and perform, they're also measured. So we also going to be introducing a new one, which is number of board performance assessment conducted, and we do believe that that should be conducted on an annual basis, where the board can be assessed, and then so that you can be able to see how the board members are performing, Chair. And that was also linked to the shareholders compared that is signed with the minister. 1.3, Chair, the percentage of invoices paid within 30 days, Chair. Chair, that is legislation to us. We need to make sure that at least our contractors are paid within 30 days, and we are not compromising their, Chair. It's going to be 100% as well in the new year, and it was 100% in the current year, and that was achieved, Chair. 1.4, Chair, is system uptime. Chair, we want to make sure that our system, Chair, is available at least 95% of the time. It was 95%, and we're improving to 97%, where CIDB services should be pretty much available, being both online as well as walk-in, Chair. 1.5, Chair, we also want to ensure that we also have a number of researches that is being conducted and performed, and we are aiming for 2 annually. This research, Chair, we are doing them in conjunction with the UJ, and I think they help, Chair, in addressing such an issues pertaining to the industry. I think in the last year, Chair, there was one which we did, which was related to tender cancellation, which was we're able to come back and then help in engaging, as we're engaging with the municipalities, Chair, where now we see the improvement in terms of their spend. It actually did help us in that aspect, because we were able to go back from the findings of the research that we did on tender cancellation, and we're able to actually assist the municipalities to now improve on their budget spend, Chair. 1.6, Chair, number of reports on amended registrations, Chair. It was 1. We were also aiming for 1. We also have a new target, Chair, now which is going to be dealing about percentage of contravention notices against detected and compliant on the CIDB prescripts issued within 30 days. So we hoping to ensure that at least of the non-compliant with the CIDB, we at least address about 80% of them. And it's a new target, Chair. And this one, Chair, will speak to either both contractors and clients as well. And I think at this point in time, we do have, sort of, as indicated, Chair, on the previous slide, we do have a significant non-compliance by all sectors of government, Chair. So we need to start now ensuring that we move quickly in that aspect. And of course, we do know that there are issues of intergovernmental that we need to observe. But I think, Chair, we have to also make sure that at least how to respond, have to put our system in place for that aspect, Chair. 1.8, Chair, percentage of grade 1 to non-contractors registered within 21 days, Chair, working days. Chair, previously, I think in the current year, Chair, our target was about 100%, and we're just lightly reducing it down to 98%. And I think the reduction, Chair, takes, among other things, the current situation within the country, where certain issues might affect the availability of our system. For example, the issue of the energy. So in that aspect, we do believe that we just need to be able to just provide a room of us being more realistic, Chair, in that aspect. Number of industry monitoring reports, Chair. We will be issuing again this year, Chair, on a quarterly basis, monitoring reports. 1.10, we're also going to be issuing a number of transformation status reports. I think, Chair, that also is part what assists us in monitoring our transformation target that we have set, and on an annual basis, Chair, we do produce that report, Chair. We have introduced other outputs, Chair, in the current year, Chair, which were not in the previous year, Chair. And I think if the committee allow me, I will take them through those targets. And I think, Chair, the thinking behind is that we need to be more impactful in what to do, and be able to actually ensure that the CIDB is able to ensure and deliver on its mandated result, Chair. There was sort of a requirement that we need to introduce other targets, Chair, and the targets, Chair, are listed here. 1.11, Chair, number of industry performance standards submitted to the board. Chair, we're going to be making sure that at least the one is submitted to the board, and the board then submits to the minister, Chair. That, Chair, looks at how the industry is performing, Chair, so that at least from intervention point of view, we're able to deploy any intervention that we might need, Chair. 1.12, Chair, number of construction industry transformation guidelines developed. Chair, within this one, Chair, we do believe that after the court case where the triple PFA was taken into account, we do need to be able to come and give guidance to the industry on how to actually, when they do procurement, how they are able to then do procurement within, of course, the legal ambit, Chair, in that aspect, Chair. So we will just be giving them guidelines on how to, of course, that guideline will be informed by what we are observing within the industry. So we'll be looking at the industry performance. We'll also be looking at the transformation, and then when then be able to guide them on how to go about in that aspect, Chair. We also, Chair, 1.13, number of construction and industry development guidelines developed. Chair, we do believe that in that aspect we need to produce about 2. And then, of course, the issue of the build spend, Chair, we believe that as a new circuit, Chair, about 40% of whatever has been collected by the CIDB should be spent on development, Chair, so that at least we are able to see progression in that aspect, Chair. 1.15, Chair, number of reports on enterprise receiving development support, Chair, will produce an annual report where we are now monitoring each and every entity and what support they're getting, so that when we come to the Parliament, we should be able to give a specification of who has been assisted by the CIDB, as well as proper detailing, Chair, in that aspect. 1.16, Chair, number of construction industry development intervention implemented report provided, Chair. That, Chair, will do it on a quarterly basis, and it's something that's going to be introducing for the first time, Chair. 1.17, Chair, number of transformation intervention implementation report provided, Chair, and that will also, Chair, will be also a quarterly report that we're going to be producing, Chair, where we are doing those monitoring, Chair, and implementation. And we also, Chair, aiming to ensure that we do proper industry capacitations sessions throughout the country, Chair. And I think as indicated, Chair, from the non-compliant pre-state way, we indicated that about 28% is compliant, Chair, from all sectors of government. So we're planning to have a sort of a targeted capacitation of about 72 in number, Chair, aimed at all sectors of government, Chair. And I think the difference between what we're doing before, Chair, we will, as a CIDB, will wait for a client or department to come and approach us on capacitation. We're not proactive in our approach previously. So what we are going to be doing, Chair, now, we're going to be very proactive. We're going to be focusing and developing a plan for each and every client, Chair. In terms of the Chair of the focus that CIDB we're focused on, Chair. One is, I think, is the CIDB Act amendment. I think the committee will be aware of that, where I think we want to extend the register of contractors to the private sector, Chair. And of course, the other one, Chair, is firming up on the provision of establishment of the register of professional providers, Chair. And I think, Chair, this is critical because we want to make sure that at least from end to end, when there is sort of a deployment, I think the members will know that there's times when there is sort of an issue in terms of delivery of the infrastructure, where at times the CIDB can only come from the point of a contractor. But we do believe that when the procurement as well of these particular professionals, CIDB must be able to actually have sort of a guideline on how that is done. We also, Chair, with the new revision of the Act, Chair, we're going to be also improving on our compliance, as well as ensuring that there's improvement on our enforcement provision, Chair. And another option, Chair, which I think we're assessing in terms of this particular revision of the Act, Chair, is the establishment of the construction of ombudsman, where issues of disputes, Chair, are managed in that aspect, Chair. We also, Chair, dealing with the regulation amendment, Chair. I think the regulation amendment, Chair, I can just take you. I will take you brief on them because it's quite a detailed program. We also, Chair, as well another intervention, also aiming at the fast tracking the implementation of the build program, where Chair, as a start of what we are doing Chair now, we've identified about 250 women contractors which are going to be trained on the implementation of a construction management system. I think this Chair is mainly aiming at ensuring that we have a sort of a sustainable companies Chair who are trained, and our focus area as indicated Chair, we start with women, because one of the issues that we've identified that the serious non-representative of women. So we have identified about 250 which we're going to be training on CMC Chair, so that at least when their companies are able to have sort of a standard that they should be able to align to. We also Chair be supporting DPWI Chair in the developing of the construction and industry recovery plan Chair, which is driven by the President Chair. So CIDB as part of our mandate, that's what we are doing. We are helping the department by driving a particular program Chair. Also, Chair, as part of our CIDB service offering and delivery Chair, we are definitely moving speed ahead with automation Chair of our core services Chair, primarily the online registration Chair, where within the new financial year Chair, all our service rendering Chair primarily will be online Chair. So that is going to be also assisting in terms of the ease of doing business Chair. If with the permission Chair, this one, if I can skip the slide Chair, but basically Chair, this was a sort of an outcome that came from CIDB's National Stakeholder Forum. We have a Stakeholder Forum Chair, which is represented by the industry Chair, and of course the members of the industry. They came up with about what we define as Minister 7 priorities Chair, which I wanted to which they believe that CIDB should address them Chair. One was the issue of the contractor performance Chair, where the issue of the integration of the competency and CMCs Chair into the ROC criteria Chair. So as going forward Chair, we will be looking at ensuring that when the companies are registered, sort of they're going to be sort of a requirement of a certain standard of compliance. And in this instance Chair, we are introducing the CMC Chair, and I think from our point of view, we do believe that before we even start having the CMC as a requirement into the CIDB register, we needed to start making sure that we support that. And as a result, we're supporting about 250 women so that they can be trained for free, and they can have that within their competency. Also, there was the issue of making sure that if someone is identified to have registered fraudulent into the CIDB, that those people have been deregistered Chair. That process is underway Chair. We've started doing that, and then there are companies that CIDB have registered Chair. There was also a requirement in terms of making sure that sort of there's a proper processes in the use of functionality by clients, and it's something that we're engaging the clients around Chair. There are also a requirement in terms of the verification of contractors' track record online, and I think Chair, that is for ease of doing business as well, and then for clients when they do their own evaluation Chair. If instead of requesting document, they just can come to CIDB and do that verification. Is also underway Chair, and I think Chair, as part of our RO register project Chair, compliance. That's why Chair, we want to make sure that that is improved, so that all projects are registered on our register, so that the government can simply go and then to our ROP, and just by a click of a button or putting of a project code, able to see which client did what project Chair. And of course, Chair, there was a sort of conducting of a study into the cancellation of tenders Chair. That one Chair, we did conduct a study, and I think it did make its way into CIDB capacitation of municipalities, and then it did result into a very fruitful contribution, where the municipality actually moved from almost 40% budget spent to now almost 80% Chair. And of course, the issue of blacklisting of fraudulent contractors. Then of course, Chair, I think there was also admin burden Chair, which was also cited by the NSF Chair. And I think Chair, most of the items are there Chair. I can skip them Chair, if with the permission. In terms of regulation amendment Chair, we have about 17 areas that we have specified in terms of our regulation that we want to amend, Chair. One, Chair, is in the issue of the registration criteria in terms of the financial and performance, Chair. Two, Chair, is also the rating level, Chair, in terms of places of work. Then three, Chair, in tender exclusion at lower grade for foreign firms, where, Chair, without limiting competition, Chair, but we do believe that from the participation of foreign firms, Chair, whom we believe that they might be bringing certain skill, but the skill within at lower level, Chair, as a country personal register, we do believe that we've got sufficient companies to be able to render or execute any work within lower grades. But of course, from high grade, we might not have that skill, and, Chair, that we will not try to ensure exclusion. And of course, under 5, Chair, registration fee increases, Chair. I think this is, Chair, is also what we want to address, Chair, because as a CIDB, I think for the past 13 years, I think we're the only pretty much government entity that have never increased fees for the past 13 years. And I think it's something that we also need to address, Chair. We're also looking at how then the legalities in terms of the transfer of records, Chair, from one company to the next, Chair, primarily on acquisition, is something that we're also looking at, and then how do we put mechanism of ensuring that the expertise, Chair, are still applicable and still relevant, Chair. Also, under 7, how do we then assess labor-only track record? 8, of course, trade contractors, Chair. Then number 9, Chair, how then do we actually protect the lower companies, Chair, from higher graded companies moving down to assess work within the lower grades, Chair. And of course, Chair, we intend to do it on an annual basis. That issue of tender value limits, Chair, where we are able to adjust the tender limits value, Chair, so that at least the tender limits value must be reflective of market conditions in the country, Chair. 11, Chair, we're also looking at a grade 1 entry level requirement, where, Chair, we want to make sure that the grade 1 entry to the CIDB is no longer a free for all, but there should be certain minimum requirement that one must observe before becoming a grade 1, and those must be primarily linked to the competencies, Chair, of a individual or a firm prior to them becoming a grade 1 registered company, Chair. And 12, Chair, also looking at ensuring that when we do when the government work is done, Chair, that in terms of the value chain, Chair, even the subcontractors are registered to the CIDB. So we're now want to introduce a sort of a compliance requirement that even subcontractors are registered to the CIDB, Chair. And at 13, Chair, we also need to make sure that at least now from the CIDB evaluation processes, Chair, we also consider the impact as well of the PE scorecard, so that at least the CIDB in terms of the PE scorecard and then people participating in industry are also compliant to the PE scorecard, Chair. 14, we also need the joint ventures, Chair, and then 15, Chair, demographic representation, and then of course 16, Chair, the issue of private sector registration, and then number 17, registration of renewal criteria, Chair, that's when to introduce, Chair, and which seek to also provide and then protect both the client as well as the contractor, Chair. I think, Chair, the key in the intervention area of focus, Chair, I've spoken to
Mr. Sibande.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah, we have members that are supposed to board some flights, and they had indicated earlier that they would like to ask questions. I understand. In fact, you are good because you're explaining everything in detail. But I think if we may, from here, I am not sure whether is the Honorable Sir Grammar, are you still available or you no longer available? Honorable Grammar. I think she had to.
I don't know whether she's unable to speak, Chair. She's just sent me a message. I think she's already boarded the plane, Chair.
Oh, okay. What about you, Honorable Hicklin? Any issues that you would like to raise, even
Please,
those
Chair,
that they have not yet dealt with them? Because we had the report earlier on, it has been with us, and we read the report.
Thank you so much. Chair, I would like to ask, with regards to grades 2 to 6, that the numbers are decreasing so dramatically, what is being done by the CIDB to increase those numbers? And how are those grades 7 to 9 increasing so dramatically, and has the CIDB done any investigation as to why those numbers are increasing? I'm not unhappy that they're increasing, but how are they increasing so exponentially when grades 2 to 6 are decreasing? When one looks at the figures quoted in slide 8, where women-owned contracting businesses are decreasing by 12%. How is that possible that the businesses are decreasing and yet budget requests across the board are increasing? Going to slide, it's very disturbing that the national entity's contribution to construction is so ridiculously low at 6% for 2020-2021 in terms of the whole budget. And yet the municipality spend is standing at 80%, and yet the government is so severely underspending. I think the underspending on budgets all over is quite extreme, where I think the figure was only 27 or 28% of the budgets that had really been spent. The municipalities being the ones that had spent the most, and yet this is the area where the greatest facility lies for the misappropriation of funds, or the potential for fruitless and wasteful expenditure lies. On slide 10, it shows us in detail how the various departments are only utilizing such, I'm trying to recall, I don't have access to the slides because I'm trying to work off the device that I had the presentation on, where there was such low compliance in terms of the number of projects. Provincial departments, which was 25% of the budgets, which for 2020-2021, only 748 out of 1,198 projects were compliant. That's only 34%. Metro municipalities, the compliance rate was 27%. And it went down. District municipalities, only 18%. Local municipalities, also 27%. How can the CIDB's projects have such incredibly low compliance? They are the industry standard for compliance. They are failing in their core mandate because none of the projects are compliant. What is the CIDB doing about being an abject failure of its core mandate? They're looking at registration of professionals and professional service providers. What is being done about those compartment or clients in terms of the information delivery management system, the IDMS, those contractors who stop work or who default on a particular project?
I'm using it.
Chair, can you hear me? Chair, you're not on mute.
Sorry.
I'm looking at those contractors who default, who take money for projects, who are rogue contractors, who leave in the middle of a project after having received the tender, do not comply with the tender, do not complete the work satisfactorily, run off, and then come back and re-register as a different entity, but are actually the same person, what is the CIDB doing to ensure that those rogue contractors are not given work just under a different name? It concerns me immeasurably that the measures are not in place to ensure that rogue contractors don't come back and re-register as somebody else. What measures are in place in the CIDB to safeguard whether or whether it be a national entity or a municipality against rogue contractors? What safeguards do we have in place? What safeguards does the CIDB have in place to make sure that compliance is uplifted and to make sure that budgets are spent appropriately going forward? I'm sorry, Chair, I can't ask any of my other questions. They will have to come in the form of written questions because my transport is here to take me to the airport. I will try and listen on this device, but I can't ask any other questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Hicklin. I think and suggest that we finish up the presentation, but having noted all these questions, so that when you respond, but I appeal to you, Mr. Nsibande, that you try at least not to explain in detail everything that is in the slides, so that we try to ensure that everyone will have a chance to ask questions and will have a chance to listen to the answers that will be responded to. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm going to move with speed, Chair. I think continuing with the intervention, Chair, which is our area of focus, Chair, to highlight some, I think from the industry research, Chair, which is an output from 2021-22 to 2023, Chair. We're able to, Chair, to, I think, address the issues of our studies, Chair. We've been able to produce a tender cancellation report, Chair, and I think that tender cancellation report we've been able to implement in terms of capacitating the municipalities, Chair. We have not rolled out the capacitation to other state entities, but it's something that's going to be doing within the year, Chair. From the intervention, Chair, that we've also put as CIDB, we've been able to ensure that sort of about 4 graduates, Chair, have been able, 4 graduates, primarily which are female, of them are female, have been able to graduate with a PhD in construction. And then I think we also had about 6 graduates who managed to obtain their master's, Chair. And within a particular program, Chair, which is it's a project CIDB is investing in partnership with the UJ. And from that particular aspect, about 2 were female PhDs, Chair. We also have provided a platform for those postgraduate students, Chair, to present their conference papers, Chair, with international partners, Chair. So CIDB hosts an annual event where they're able to present papers on construction issues, Chair. From the research point of view, Chair, which is 23 and 2024 and beyond, Chair, Chair, we're going to be also improving and adding a second center of excellence where we're going to be partnering with another university, Chair, where we will be sponsoring students doing masters and PhD in that aspect, so that at least the number of people that are qualifying is improved, Chair. Also, we're going to be finalizing the framework, which is for BIM, which is the Build Information Modeling, Chair. We're also going to be embarking on and ensuring that we do a study which is going to be focusing on women in construction empowerment. We're also going to be doing another doctoral research workshop, Chair, to support those people that we're going to be sponsoring through our centers of excellency. We currently have one with the UGA. We're going to be investing in another one in this year. So we will need to make sure that we do provide workshop research where they can be able to present their papers, Chair. Just to move Chair to the next slide, Chair. We're also, I think we're also in collaboration with National Treasury Chair on infrastructure delivery and the identification of construction-related budget and the application. So, Chair, as part of the intervention that we think we want to roll out is how to help the client within the participant, Chair. I think that was going to be partly responding to member heckling of what we want to achieve, Chair. Also, there's the issue of the client capacitation on CIDB prescripts and ITMS framework for infrastructure development and procurement management fitting to drive transformation in the infrastructure procurement, including awareness, procurement and reforms. Chair, I think the member Hickling did touch on this one. Within this current year, Chair, we're going to be providing about 72 capacitation sessions, Chair, which will be targeting across the country, where CIDB will be focusing on ensuring that client in terms of the implementation of ITMS, which I think was raised by the member, they are familiar with the framework, and they also have the proper systems in terms of how to manage the particular framework, including how they're going to be managing the contractors through the delivery of infrastructure, and how they're going to be contracting with contractors. And as part of that particular process, Chair, they will also have to ensure that they sort of what we call contractor performance, Chair, where CIDB once to receive that from the relevant client, will then be able to blacklist any contractor that will have seen not have complied with the said, Chair. We'll also be focusing, Chair, on the research study, Chair, on the research study that's on the impact of tender cancellation, Chair. What we're going to be doing, Chair, with this particular study that we did. So when to then go and then roll it out and roll out the impact throughout the country, so that at least we can be able to use it as part of our capacitation, Chair. Also, the issue, Chair, that we want to be focusing on is a implementation of CIDB framework for procurement and underpinning tool to assess SM officials. Chair, this is a new one where, without explaining too much, we do believe that when it comes to the delivery of infrastructure, primarily if you're looking at the government space, the SM officials might not be trained for the space, because most of them might be coming from finance. And when it comes to the delivery of infrastructure and evaluation and scoping of infrastructure, they might have sort of an issue in how they deal with that, because they might not have the necessary capacitation. As a result, linking it with the tender cancellation study, Chair, we do believe that we now need to roll out a framework for those officials who are going to be doing the infrastructure procurement, Chair, in that aspect. Other intervention to improve compliance, Chair. We also have concluded a significant agreement with the likes of the Auditor-General, where an MOU was signed, where now from the non-compliant point of view, where clients have been identified, not have complied, the AG can then start now moving in that aspect and issue immediate irregularities. We have signed an agreement is in place now, Chair, and that's going to start rolling it out within the current year, within the new financial year. And also concluding an agreement with the Department of Labour, Chair, where before a permit is issued, Chair, for all construction work, the Department of Labour, Chair, will then have to make sure that that particular project that is before the issue with the compliance permit is registered with the CIDB, Chair. So that's also an intervention which we are putting in place so that we can be able to improve our numbers, Chair. On the on the monitoring, Chair, of infrastructure projects that are registered to the CIDB, we also have deployed, Chair, a mechanism of self-identifying the sites, and there are about 1,500 sites that were identified. And I think, Chair, we will then try to improve that particular strategy of ensuring that an initiative is able to yield fruit. I think, Chair, if you're looking at the fact that we are able to identify contractors, is the fact that what we've been having a challenge with is then how do we, within the ambit of intergovernmental, are able to then, because of course at the end of the day, we're all one government, but without taking each other to court, how to ensure that there's improvement in that aspect, Chair. Chair, we're also looking at a proactive approach to adopt monitoring of award tenders of infrastructure on client website. So this is, Chair, it's a kind of a preventive mechanism CIDB taking whereby when tenders are awarded, we're able to monitor it up until award and ensure that if there's anything that it might be non-compliant with those particular tender, CIDB is able to then engage with those particular clients and then be able to provide guidance so that at least the issues of irregularities can be decreased here. We are also working very closely, Chair, with the Office of the Chief Procurement Officer, which is the Treasury, on ensuring that there's a synergy in the sharing of information on construction tenders and also giving them advice as well as the expertise on how to actually prepare a procurement prescript in relation to construction work, Chair. I think what has indicated also we also intend to improve on audit outcome, and as well as ensuring that the key policies, including employment equity, Chair, and profit management are implemented, Chair, within the company. We're also embarking on a culture program, which is intending to make sure that there's the improvement in our culture, Chair. We're also having an issue whereby we want to make sure that certain critical vacancies, Chair, are filled within the CIDB. And Chair, also developing a proper CIDB offices infrastructure within the provinces, Chair. And then, of course, we are making sure that all our leadership, being management, chair, managers, and senior management, as well as executives, all of them go through development programs where they're able to have they are capacitated in line with being a manager or a leader, Chair. On issues of governance, Chair, I think I will just go straight to, I think, Chair, in terms of the intervention that CIDB is inputting in terms of the governance, Chair. Of course, one is the issue of the audit outcome that there was improvement across all areas, Chair. But of course, we were qualified due to the fact that there were certain projects that were identified within the government space which were awarded, but were not registered with the CIDB. And I think we are engaging with the department, with the AG in that aspect, Chair. And then, of course, the other issue, Chair, that we want to bring to the compliance, Chair, is the fact that, Chair, if you're looking at the intervention to improve audit outcome, Chair, there's a requirement for CIDB to improve interim audit, and then, of course, making sure that we are tracking our findings, and, Chair, we've put all that in place, Chair. In terms of the fundamental shift, Chair, from 23, the fact that, Chair, within this particular year, Chair, we will be accelerating the implementation of the build program, where we will be focusing on industry development, transformation, as well as performance, Chair. So the overall look at, Chair, if we compare the two APPs, Chair, the CIDB board in this current APP has been deliberate, Chair. Their focus issues is making sure that the CIDB is developing its transform improvement from both contractors as well as client, Chair. If I can go to financial budget, which is pretty much our last slide, Chair. Within, Chair, the financial period, Chair, we are focusing, Chair, ensuring that the budget, I will just speak to the numbers, Chair, of an approved budget from 2023 and 2023 to 24, Chair. And then, of course, 24, 25, and 25 and 26. Within the budget, the approved budget, Chair, in the current year, it's about 218 million, Chair. Of that 218 million, Chair, about 126 million, Chair, is provided for admin. Research, Chair, will be about almost 6 million, Chair. Then, of course, if you're looking at construction industry regulation, Chair, about 30 million, Chair. Then in construction industry performance, about 10 million, Chair. Procurement and delivery, about 10 million. Then provincial offices, about 35 million, Chair. In 24-25, Chair, administration, Chair, will be about 130 million. And research and development, about 6 million, Chair. Then the construction industry regulation will slightly improve to about 32 million. Then in construction industry performance would remain around 10 million, Chair. Procurement and delivery, Chair, will also remain about around 10 million. Then the provincial offices, Chair, will just slightly improve to about 37 million, Chair, amounting to about 227 million allocation for 24-25. For 25-26 year, Chair, the allocation overall budget will be about 236 million, and the administration chair will take about 135 chair, 136 million. Research and development about 6 million chair. Construction industry regulation chair will slightly improve to about 33 million. Of course, chair, the improvement is aligned to the activities that must be undertaken within that particular period. And then the construction industry performance chair, as indicated here, that we'll also be focusing on ensuring that we are improving our transformation and performance industry chair as well. So we're going to give them 1 million more so that they can be able to undertake those activities. Procurement and delivery chair, also improving chair to about 11 million. Then provincial offices chair, about 39 million chair, giving an overall allocation of about 236 million chair. I think having said that, chair, I will end it there, chair. I will hand over to our deputy chairperson, chair, if she wants to have any closing remark.
Deputy Chair, do you have any words that you want to add?
No, Chair, thank you.
Thank you so much, Deputy Chair, Mr. Nsibande, the CFO, for this detailed presentation. There are the questions that were asked by Honorable Hicklin, but I'm also inviting other members now to raise their questions. So when you respond, also touch those that have been raised by Honorable Hicklin. Sir, you are okay. It's only you for now. Honorable Siwisa.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, mine is not long. I heard from the presentation that district municipalities, I stand to be corrected. District municipalities, when it comes to compliance and the spending of money, is the highest spending, and that's where CIDB has a problem. What are the plans? What plans do they have to be able to deal on how municipalities are actually operating when it comes to CIDB? And then they spoke about their performance plans. It's a very nice plan, but my problem is they are only going to check on performance annually. Wouldn't it be wise if they've got a track record to check on board members, to say this is from the checklist you've done 1, 2, 3, 4, so that they should also, I think they should also have a consequence management in place to ensure that whatever that they are planning for the coming financial year, they actually accomplish it. But for now, as it is, to say that you are going to check on performance after 1 year, and then you are going to find yourself with problems, it is not going to assist. Rather, they must have quarterly updates as to see whether board members are still on track, and then we'll move like that. That's all for now, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Siwisa, on this presentation, let me welcome the presentation, CFO. I know that you don't usually present to the portfolio committee, it is the CEO, but no, you did so well. Just a few, or maybe let me start with the issue that you have new performance targets. I think that one, we need to clap hands for you. It shows that this is an entity that is really developing, that has a focus in the future. I think we must really applaud you on that one, on these targets that you are introducing. But the third part, it's clear we still have a serious challenge when it comes to transformation in this country, especially when it comes to ownership of the businesses. As much what I can see here doesn't talk to the demographics of this country. One Stats SA indicates that the majority of the population are women, but here the minority of the business are women owned. I don't know whether it's because of whatever things that someone has to have to be in a certain grade, but it really doesn't talk to the demographics of the country. Of transformation, it can't be when we have a population of the majority of this country, which is Black, but when it comes to those that have grade 9 in terms of your grading, you have such a small number. It's really sad. In fact, we have said this several times that when it comes to built environment, it shows that even in the construction environment, there are the big brothers or big sisters when it comes to ownership. Because the majority of the Blacks are in grade 2 to 4. Why are we not having majority, like saying that 92% is grade 9 ownership? Why? It shows that it is the issue of the transformation. Programs that you are saying you are going to introduce, I hope that you will follow those up so that at least this picture that we are getting today, at least when we get it maybe next year, it will indicate that if you talk about grade 9, you are talking about 80%, not that 53%. To me, that 53% is still very, very low if you talk about the demographics of this country. And then you come to access to work. That one is bad. Slide number 8, yeah, the one that you are showing, you can see it is seriously bad. You're talking about a government here that is changing the lives of the people. A government here that is putting women forward, but you are getting this picture. This picture, it is really not good. Really, really not good. I think something needs to be done there. In fact, we were told by the councils of CBE that the challenge is in the fine print of the CIDB Act. I know that you are trying to amend that act, but I think you need to really look at it. When you are finalizing it, the fine print, it's where majority of Black-owned contractors are really dealt with in the fine print of the act. It doesn't prioritize the Black-owned companies, which we need to do that if we really need to see a country at least being balanced in terms of the 400 years in which a Black person was not allowed to participate in the business in South Africa. So we need to balance that. Lastly, on this compliance register, I think Honorable is covering me, Honorable Siwisa, on the issue of the district municipalities being the major people there that are contributing to non-compliance. But to me, even the state-owned, as much as you have that 30%, but the actual number, when you talk about the number, remember, 30%, even if it's 30% of 50, it's 30%, even if it is 30% of 2,000. But the actual number, when you talk of the SOEs, if you can see that 1.55, to me, it's really not a good indication. It's really not a good indication. But those are the only comments that I have, but please continue doing, please continue performing so well. I think our entities, in fact, the 4 entities, they're performing so well. If we look at what they have been doing ever since we came in, it was IDT, but it's better now. So continue doing the good work. Over to you, Deputy Chair and CFO.
Thank you for the kind words, Chair. It's appreciated. Thank you also for the questions that we have received. I'm going to ask CFO to assist with the answering of the questions. Chair, where we are not able to answer the questions today, we will gladly provide you our written answers at a later stage if you allow us. But let me ask the CFO as well as Ibrahim to assist with the answering of the questions. Sifiso, can you please start with the questions raised by Member Hickling?
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I'm gonna, Minister Muller will be helping me with the answering of some of the questions. I think I'm gonna just respond to a few. I think just to the, I think in terms of the one that was raised by Member Hicklings in terms of the CIDB and what the CIDB is doing in terms of the contracts that are found non-compliant in terms of the ITMS and the contractors that are not able to finish the project. Chair, in that aspect, Chair, I think the CIDB we are putting certain mechanism in place, Chair, and I think, Chair, as part of the requirement of the ROP and working with the clients, Chair, we do require at least support from clients in so far as issues of how we work together, and of course, with the aim of improving on the ROP registration. I think just to give background, Chair, in terms of the ROP registration, what does it mean, Chair? Chair, the ROP registration, it means that when a government, Chair, which I think is a slide that I think CIDB was referring to, which I'll go to now, it means that we require all our relevant client departments to, when they are issuing an award, as well as when they've awarded that particular contract, to come and register that particular contract to the CIDB register of projects, which is called ROP. And then, Chair, with that one, if that has been done, it then gives CIDB sort of an enabling mechanism or a tool to be able to measure and monitor the performance of the contractors in delivering of this infrastructure. Because if we know that there's a client that was appointed in maybe say in a national department, and when the department comes and then register that particular project and then register who is the contractor, we are able to then to know and have the data to say data to see if that particular contractor has been able to finish the work on time, and then of course if they've been able to deliver the work within the required budget as well as the required optimal quality. And I think that's why we are pushing that this must be something that we need to start enforcing with the client. And of course, Chair, we are mindful that it might be difficult for CIDB as a government entity to just take another state entity to task. As a result, we're going to the partnership with the Department of Labor as well as the Auditor-General, so that at least if there's non-compliant is being picked up by the CIDB, we're able to report to both the Department of Labor, where maybe a labor permit would be held, and AG is able to issue findings against the particular client, as listed here, Chair. And I think as part of the ROP and improvement, Chair, we will also be starting on what we call contractor performance reports, Chair, where upon completing a project, will be required, the client will be required to as part of the closeout report to produce and then issue those particular performance report to the CIDB and to this particular client. You know, what would then enable us, once we have received that confirmation from that particular client, we'll then be able to, if we look here in terms of our 7 priorities, with those performance reports, we will be able to then blacklist those clients whom are not performing, or whom I think remember he was referring to just taking the money and running away and then coming back and register the CIDB using a different entity. So we will be able to blacklist those particular fraudulent contractors. And not only will we blacklist them in their existing or entity that they use to secure. We'll also, because we're now also integrated with the CSD and also integrated with CIPC. So we should be able to then, from using their own ID number, be able to then blacklist those particular entities. But what's going to be also important to the CIDB that with working with the clients, they should be able to then furnish us with that particular information or furnish us with those particular contractor performance reports. And then, of course, if we go back to the ROP, as a CIDB, we should be able to see and note that indeed, in terms of the ROP, this project was awarded to company A, but there was no closeout report issued, or there was no completion statement issued in that particular report. As a result, that's why we are actually pushing that. And I think on the issue of the number of board reviews, Chair, which was raised by Member Siwisa, indeed, I think in terms of our processes, Chair, we do monitor our board on a quarterly basis, but we just that you issue a report annually. But the process of review is happen continuously, and then of course there are other interventions that were put in place so that at least even if the board members of high expertise, but there should be certain support that the CIDB will render in that aspect. And I think they indicated with the issue of the distressed municipalities being 18% share and how we're going to address that. And I think in terms of the CIDB's strategy for the current year, we have planned to roll out about 72. I think also just to qualify this as well as how we've been doing in the past and our challenges, because of the fact that if there's a non-compliant in terms of the government legislation and rules, they must be, or disputed, they must be managed through a proper process, which is intergovernmental, Chair, in most aspects, and that's been sort of our challenges. And then also to the fact that when we're doing capacitation, Chair, the capacitation in most cases will have been a request by relevant clients. Within the current year, Chair, what we are doing, we're going to be rolling out about 72 capacitation where we will be targeting across the country all the clients that we've identified to be non-compliant, and we'll be focusing mainly on the ROP improvement, Chair, also issues of IDMS, because we do believe that when you look at IDMS, because most of the SCM official, Chair, might come mainly from supply chain environment or come from finance environment. It might not have the construction requirement required. So we're also going to be, as part of that process, also be capacitating them on IDMS and feed them, Chair. And so we do believe that with that capacitation, it actually assists us in improving. And I think as an example, Chair, if you're looking at the issue of the municipalities, Chair, where they were underspending mainly on their budget, we then had a direct intervention where we capacitated them, Chair, and we saw an improvement, Chair, in that aspect. I think, Chair, we do acknowledge and appreciate your kind words on the issues of the new circuit. Indeed, Chair, I think the board is specific on the issue that must be addressed. So if you look at the overall new circuit, Chair, they're addressing 3 issues, Chair. They're addressing performance of both the clients and performance of the contractors, as well as transformation, and of course, Chair, they are also ensuring that the CIDB is now more active in ensuring that there's a proper developmental aspect that is undertaking. I think, Chair, indeed, the numbers that we are looking at in terms of the ownership, with CIDB, we do acknowledge that they do not reflect the demographics of the country. and it's something that we need to address, Chair. And I think in that aspect, Chair, we are deliberate in how we are responding and then how we are doing the rollout of the bill, Chair. In that, Chair, as part of our implementation, we have started with the rollout of the bill, Chair, and we were very deliberate in who to do it in terms of the bill, Chair. Primarily within the issues of the construction management system, the CMC, Chair, and our focus, Chair, we focused on ensuring that the first participant of this particular program should be paid by the CIDB, which is about 250 women-owned construction, Chair, the first intake of our CIDB. And Chair, that's primarily to actually make sure that at least we are tilting the scale and we're able to respond to what we do deliberately understand that it does not reflect the demographics. So we're going to be, as we are implementing bill, Chair, we will be very much biased toward the women programs, Chair, so that at least they stand a better chance and better capacity, Chair, in comparison to the male counterpart, Chair. On access to work, Chair, indeed, Chair, that is an issue that I think with CIDB we are very much concerned about, and I think is something that will also be addressing, Chair, as you go on. And I think, Chair, just to give our high level, Chair, observation, which is currently, even as criminal as it may be, Chair, what we have observed is the fact that if you're looking at our current procurement system within the public sector, Chair, which was 80-20, 80-20 and 90-20 basis, Chair, which was used, which was aligned to the repealed triple PFA, Chair. That particular aspect, Chair, there were certain elements, Chair, where it did not take into account issues of transformation when the award was made, Chair, where it would focus on 80 functionality, then of course 20 being price, Chair. In most cases, what we noted, Chair, that within the 20, that's where most companies will actually lose opportunities within the procurement, because when it's come to I think being a many Black and female companies who might not have the necessary reserve or necessary support, or might not have sort of in terms of the economical structure have the necessary or equivalent monopoly insofar as maybe supply of materials or even maybe from the insourcing of labor, they usually lose tenders at the stage, Chair, when it comes to award. But they would do pretty much okay or well within the functionality. But when it can now come to the functionality, when it comes to price scoring, that's where they will lose a point. I think as a CIDB, Chair, we now there's an opportunity with the repealing of the triple PA, where now the constitution have given that mandate of ensuring that each and every state NCT as well as have its own procurement policy, as well as it has its own procurement targets, Chair. We will be coming from a sector point of view, trying to align with the construction charters code, be giving guidance and guidelines to all the relevant clients within our space or sector, because as a sector, Chair, we can be able to, when we do our policies, make sure that when our policies are aligning to the sector code, and the CIDB on a quarterly basis will be monitoring that particular, monitoring the performance of those particular clients and the industry, then be able to then give guidelines to relevant clients, Chair, in that regard. And then we do believe that if they have procurement policies and target which are responsive to the sector, Chair, or aligned to the target of the construction sector code, Chair, they will be start seeing a shift in the budget allocation or in the shift on the access to work, Chair, because now the procurement will have to be responsive to the sector code, Chair. I will hand over to Mr. Muller to questions that were raised by Member Hinton.
Good afternoon, Chair and all members. not to take time, I think CFO did cover most of the things. Just only one addition to make is that in the CIDB Act review, there's one opportunity to bring the private sector in terms of applying the CIDB register of contractors. And then that allows us to also spread the developmental interventions in that regards of bringing in women contractors, Black-owned contractors through private sector work as well. So I think that was just the one. And the last input is that so that's on the Act amendment. On the regulation amendment, there's also opportunities in terms of performance improvement of contractors there, particularly in areas like renewal, registration, renewal, and integrating competence into the registration criteria. So CFO mentioned the construction management systems, and we're on a drive now to bring in 250 women contractors onto the CMSs. But the thinking is once we've got a critical mass of contractors that have been, we've invested in through the build in terms of competence, we then bring that into the registration criteria. And another element also that we've identified is the issue of downgrading, where bigger contractors, to regulate how far they can come down, so that we also, protect contractors, within the grades, so that they get adequate work there. So I think, Jay, I think that covers our CFO covered everything. I think those were just a few small additions from my side. Thank you.
Yeah, I think those are the questions put to the CIDB. I don't know if you want us to answer any other questions.
Thank you, Deputy Chair and your team for these responses. If there are any members that would have to maybe ask further, you will be getting written questions, and which would expect you to respond as such in assisting the members in all of these things that they have asked for. Can you please hold a minute? Okay. Thank you, honorable members. The serious challenges of having these virtual meetings, the school is out now. Lastly, I would like to appreciate all the presentations that have made to the portfolio committee and these APPs that are presented to us as the portfolio committee. It shows that there is a lot of work that is being done, but we'll always ask questions, and where we have concerns, we will always raise the concerns. Because as the people that are the members of this portfolio committee, we're not only representing our parties or ourselves, we represent South Africans, and the majority of South Africans, as stated in Stats SA, the latest reports. So when we ask you about what is happening to women-owned business contractors, it's because we know. When we ask you, why are Black-owned businesses not given work? It's because we know the stats is clear who is the majority in this country. So we want to see a transformation. This country needs to be really, really transformed. But we appreciate all that is being done. This is another entity that is doing so well. As I indicated earlier, the four entities with the inclusion now of IDT, you're performing so well. IDT was really bad, but with the new board, the new management, they are doing so well. And we hope that the task that they have taken of professionalizing that, that entity, it really kicks off. We really want professionals in those. There are so many professional people out there. We have so many graduates, and someone will tell you that he has 7 years of being a graduate without getting any work. So it is where in these entities, it is really good if that is being done. With those few words, honorable members, the chair of the 4 entities, the acting CEOs, and their management, acting DG and your team, will really appreciate you spending time with us. Our A team, the support that we had from Parliament, and Mr. Lwazi, also thank you for taking care of us today. It's your first time in our meeting, but we really appreciate all that you have done. We were supposed to deal with the minutes, but I think now almost everyone is exhausted. Really, we didn't have a break. That 15 minutes break, it's not a break that we can say people have had in this meeting. So we will defer the minutes, and also there was going to be a report, Shuaib. I think we'll also defer that one. It can be that we expect honorable members from 9 till it's almost 4 o'clock now in a meeting with only a 15 minutes break. The working span, they want to respond properly in all that we will be doing. So with those few words, we really appreciate your time, honorable members. Your progressive interactions always is really appreciated. If I can just make an announcement, 17 to 20, going for oversight visit to small harbors in Western Cape. Communication and progress update on that, we'll get it through SMSs. That is also part of us doing our oversight work and responsibility as alluded by the workbook of the Parliament, regulations and the responsibilities of members of the Parliament. So we'll be doing that. Thank you again. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.